Good afternoon, everyone. So, in the other channel, which is linked below, my streaming channel, we did a ad hoc reaction to awful AI history talking about South African vehicles, of which obviously I am a specialist about. My specialty including lots of a couple of bottles of alcohol, this Leatherman that I own, and an internet connection. I can't really say that I'm a specialist at all. Hello, Knight. Um, So I ran across this channel, British War Armory. I am not going to link this channel in the description. I am very fucking sure that this is AI generated in total. But what I wanted to bring your attention to was this post. This is a post by British War Armory. In fact, what I should do is just show when the channel was created. So I'm not signed in. So you can't see email addresses if I click something accidentally. But look at this, 13th of February 2026. And how many do they have? 17,700 subscribers and 82 videos. Hello, James. 82 videos, 17,000 subscribers, created on February 13th, 2026. That's already quite sketchy. That's quite a lot of work to push out 82 videos at 16 between 10 and 16 minutes each. I mean, it can be done. Absolutely, it can be done. It's pretty difficult too. Also, before we get on everything, hello Cameron. Before we get on anything, my microphone sounds good, right? It's not like crackling or anything. I did do a test stream earlier. It sounds good, but I wanted to make sure from your guys' side. Anyway, so I want to bring you to this post over here. 10,000 subscribers. Honestly, we had to look twice. From all four of us on the team, thank you. A real one, not a quick typed in a hurry thank you. So we know that there's at least 4 people on this team. I'm going to send a video and stream discussion that has the same problem, but in just another niche. Yo, Hobs, how are you? Good lord, that's a lot of air slop. Yes, it is. Crispy clear for the mic. Fantastic. So keep this one in mind. There are apparently 4 people on this team. So 4 people. I'm a one-man army, personally. I do all my research, all my video editing, scripting, voiceover, all on my own. Do I upload that often? No. But again, as I've said in the past, this is a hobby, this is not a job. So, 4 people, 82 videos, February 2026. Now we come over here. This is a different channel. In fact, let me just go back to the main channel. No, there's not. Where is it? Yeah, British War Weapons here. I'm not going to play this video, don't worry. But I do want to come here. British War Weapons. I think this is the host. This is the main channel. Yeah, this is the main channel. So this is their main channel. They set this up in November 12th, 2025, and it has 66 videos. I'm pretty sure it's the same 4-man team. So the same 4-man team, 66 videos since November 12th, 2025. And since February, for this video, which is one of the most recent one, March 18th, 2026, 39 videos, plus the 82 whatevers. These are all the channels that they've linked to, but I'm pretty sure there's more. So that's a fuckload of videos to do in what, 6 months, 8 months? That's a fuckload between 4 guys. Theoretically, it can be done. Theoretically, but I'm pretty sure you would need a much bigger team for this. So there's a couple things that I'm also just hesitant about. The first one that we're going to go to is we're going to go to the Ratel here. So now this is the thumbnail. I know the machine gun up at the top is kind of a little bit fucked. Here we are. So what's a couple of things that we can notice? First things first, if you don't know what you're looking for, it actually doesn't look that bad. Realistically, it does not look that bad. First thing, PKP PKM. No, it didn't have a fucking PKP PKM on the top. It had an M1990 A6 rechambered in 7.62 by 5.1. Okay, so that's marks off. The next one is this. This fucking grenade launcher. The Ratel never had a grenade launcher because this is an infantry grenade launcher. It's got the stock. It's got the hand grip. It's got the 6-round barrel or 6-round magazine, whatever it's called, and the front hand guard. It never had that either. As far as my understanding goes, it never had that either. Now, that's not to say that there wasn't a grenade launcher within British military vehicle channel shows the South African military vehicle. Exactly. I think it's because they think that South Africa was technically part of the British Dominion at this time. It wasn't, but whatever. They can do if they want to do South Africa talking about Britain. Fucking you do you, dog. Just do it properly. So now that's not to say that there weren't ever grenade launchers within the SADF around between the border war. There absolutely was. I can't remember what the grenade launcher was called, but it did exist and it was used by Special Forces operators. It did very much exist. But I don't think it was ever mounted to a Ratel. The main purpose of the rear pintle machine gun was twofold. A, it was an anti-aircraft defense, and B, it provided rear security. So as the Ratel's going through the bush, knocking down trees, whatever it's doing, it comes to a stop. It starts being engaged from the rear. Someone pops out the back, bang, 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 bang. Threat is eliminated. But I mean, Revo says it technically is the UK, but by that time it is an independent. Technically, yeah. But the biggest sin. I should also say that on the side over here where the grenade launcher is, the smoke launchers, there should be 2 or 3 here. There's only 1. And then we come to the main gun. Now, ReactBot. I should also say ReactBot is joining us. What do you think of this thumbnail?
Is this what our founding fathers wanted?
Likely not. I don't know what carrot browsing is. No. Okay, that's going to be a little annoying, but we'll figure that out. So this gun over here, I should say that the Ratel did have a variety of guns. It had the 20mm autocannon, the 90mm main gun, and a 60mm breech-loading mortar, as well as a 12.7mm command variant. There were other variants of the gun, the ZT3, what is it called? The artillery observation platform, the 81mm and the experimental 120mm mortar carrier. But I don't think it ever had a 40, 50, 60mm autogun? I don't think it ever had that. I'm pretty sure, unless it was a highly secretive development model, it never had that. Never, ever, 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 ever had that. So we can safely say that this what it's called thumbnail is AI generated. If we go back and just double check the description, does it make mention that it uses AI generation? No, it doesn't. It doesn't claim that it uses AI generated imagery, scripting, anything. It's presenting this as like a normal video. So it's presenting this as a normal video. So let's go back in and have a listen.
October 3, 1987.
October 3. Not October 3rd or 3rd of October, October 3. Oh. All right. Let's continue.
The banks of the Lomba River, southern Angola, 200 kilometers north of the Namibian border, deep
At this time, it was not Namibia, it was Southwest Africa. I get where you're coming from, but if we're talking about history, at least a double mention. North of the Southwest African border, now known as Namibia. I would have excused that, but that's wrong.
inside territory held by a Soviet-equipped Angolan brigade through the Mapane scrub.
Mapane. It's Mapani scrubland. Alright, we're already doing this. So, Mapani scrubland. It is not Mapane scrubland. Mapani is a type of wood. Mapani is very, very hard. If you get clubbed by Mapani, you're getting a concussion. I'm just saying that much. So Mapani is actually very interesting. It can either be a shrub or a tree. Depending on the type of terrain that it's in, they can grow pretty fucking big. And they're something called a hardwood. Now, a hardwood and a softwood aren't the same thing. Or rather, the difference is comes down to the biology rather than the actual density of the wood. Theoretically, so okay, the way it works, softwood gets water to travel between cells through osmosis. So you have cells that are stacked on top of each other, and by the process of osmosis, water will move up and down the tree. The hardwood doesn't do that. What hardwood does is that it actually has little channels. It has little channels in the wood where the water flows freely. So if I just hardwood, see if I can find a quick little image. Hardwood end grain. Maybe I can see it here. View image anonymously. It has these little holes for, but I can really see them. No, go away. I can't really see the little holes here, but they're little like dots where the water will move freely up and down the tree. Hello, Basisar, how's it going? Can I see another example? Not really. Maybe this one. No, that's just timber. Yeah, so the cutting on the end grain is mainly because of the saw. All this is softwood, as far as I can see. Anyway, doesn't matter. So Mopani scrubland is really dense and very difficult to see through, especially if you want. I can make you a PNG tuber model. I actually do have one. It's of my character Hobs. But yeah, if you want to do that, I would absolutely love that. Thank you. I'll send you a character through at some point. Anyway, so Mopani scrubland is actually really nice to be in. It's fucking terrible for vehicles. A lot of the timber and the between the timber, the leaves, the branches, everything, those will all get into the really delicate parts of your vehicle and just bung everything up. So let's go back to the Ratel. So where were we? Here.
Deep inside territory held by a Soviet-equipped Angolan brigade. Through the Mopane scrub, engines growling. 12 wheeled vehicles on 3 axles each.
12 wheeled vehicles on 3 axles each. Do you think a team of 4 did this? We are how far in? We're 15 seconds into a 13-minute video. 12 wheeled vehicles on 3 axles. Oh, fuck. Fuck me. 12 wheeled vehicles on no. No. The Ratel had 3 axles. They got that fact right. And it had 6 wheels on 3 axles. On non-independent solid axles. That's what it's called. It's 6 wheels over 3 axles on solid axles with coil suspension, I believe it is. 15 seconds in, we got 13 fucking minutes. Oh, God. All right.
Down against the dust. Nearly 3 meters tall, over 18 tons, a long rifled gun jutting from a low turret, run-flat tires.
It's not a low turret. It's a low-profile turret. It's not a low turret. The annoying part about that channel I sent in stream discussion is that the most viewed video has more than 1 million views. Hang on, let me take a look at it. Stream discussion. How claws use caterpillars to hijack America. Just take a look at it. I'm looking at it off screen and stream. Heavy-matic. God, it looks AI generated as well. I don't know much about combine harvesters, but I can already see that there's a couple of problems there. Oh, all right. Let's carry on. Oh, hang on. Reselect. So what we were saying, it's not a low turret. It's a low-profile turret. One of the best things about the Ratel was that, yes, the driver did occasionally struggle to see through the Mopane scrubland, but really the commander and the gunner, the two most important people, arguably in the vehicle, could see over it. That's one of the reasons why the Ratel is so tall. It's because the environment that it was designed to fight in is really fucking difficult for low-profile vehicles. Vehicles like the Ferret, the Eland, possibly even the SAML 20. The SAML 20 is a logistics vehicle, a 2-ton logistics vehicle. Those vehicles struggled. And it's one of the big reasons why this big hulking beast replaced it, is because A, it needed to be tough, but B, it also needed to be tall. It's almost like they learned their lesson from the shorty Eland. Exactly, Hussar. Absolutely, exactly. They learned their fucking lesson. The Eland is a fantastic vehicle. Don't get me wrong. It's an incredible vehicle. But the driver couldn't see diddly fucking squat. The views are probably just botted to get these videos into the algorithm. I don't know, hey? In fact, let's double check that. So typically, a good indicator is, I believe it was Jack's Films that mentioned this. So we're looking at about 80,000 views. So there's 1,900 likes. So we're looking at roughly 10%. 10%, where the hell? That's about 80,000. So if we're getting 80,000, it should be... I can't do math. Fucking where the hell's my calculator? Okay, so 80,000 multiplied by 1.10. No, it's divided by 1.10. Sorry, excuse me. No, it's multiplied. Multiplied. So that should be 88,000. No. Oh, sorry. 8,000. That should be about 8,000 likes. Roughly 10%. Should be about 8,000 likes. So we're looking at 1,900, which is already concerning. And you're probably right there, James, because this is only 2,000. If we look at the comments as well, 243 comments. That's what I normally get. And I mean, my videos are maybe cracking between 3 and 30,000 on average, between 3 and 30,000. So let's say 15,000. That's about what, well, I suppose that's me commenting as well. So we're looking at double. We're looking at double the amount of comments, but on a fucking lot more view count, on a much higher view count. So you're probably right there, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if these are being botted as well. Let's continue.
Wheeled vehicles on 3 axles each, brown against the dust, nearly 3 meters tall, over 18 tons.
Brown against the dust? What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean, brown against the dust? That's a nothing burger.
A long rifle.
Actually, Reactbot, considering I keep forgetting you're here, what do you think of this AI video so far?
We stand a short king.
I hate that carrot thing. In fact, Reactbot, just I'm gonna ask you to just go away for a second. Where the fuck is Reactbot in my thing? There it is. Reactbot, disappear for now, thank you. Alright. Let's go back. Brown against the dust.
Gun jutting from a low turret, run flat tires the size of a grown man.
Run flat tires the size of a grown man. I missed that. It didn't have run flats. The Ratel did not have run flats, and they were not the size of a grown man. This is a 4-man team, by the way. This is a fucking 4-man team. How far are we in? 25 seconds. Oh, Reactbot. Reactbot, what do you say to that?
What's reboot mean?
It means that it uses AI and doesn't check any of the facts and just like, oh, throw it into a video. No one's going to notice. Oh my god. Run flat tires the size of a grown man. No, it fucking wasn't. They were big tires, admittedly. I agree. But they're about the size of that guy's torso. Oh, that's not the size of a fully grown man. That doesn't look brown as tanned. What even is this? This is an AI slop channel that's talking about the Ratel, the Casspir, and then we're going to go to another possible AI slop channel that's talking about the current SA army. And it's going to take like 4 hours. Oh. I should have brought more beer. Okay, let's carry on.
It looked wrong. It looked impossible. Every
What do you mean it looked impossible? It's not fucking Cthulhu. It doesn't... It doesn't look wrong, and it doesn't look impossible. What the what fucking nothing burger is that? Rakbar, what do you think?
If you criticize me, I'll come straight to your home.
That's probably what the AI content creator is saying. Hello, Daniels. I'm late. Are we just beating up on AI crap? Yes, we are. Yes, we very much are.
military doctrine on Earth had insisted this vehicle could not exist. The Soviets had tried wheeled armor and rejected it. Doctrine on Earth had insisted this vehicle could...
Bullshit. Every military on Earth looked at this vehicle and insisted it could not exist. Well, then why the fuck does it exist? I am drinking gin and dry lemon because it's quite nice. That is the biggest load of fucking horseshit I've ever heard of. That's the biggest load of horseshit I've ever heard of. The Ratel was designed around terrain that does not exist outside of Africa. No fucking wonder why it wasn't considered. Most other countries, the United States, Europe, and Russia, do not have the terrain that is required for a Ratel to function. If you brought a Bradley into the fucking bush, it wouldn't do well because it wasn't designed for the fucking bush. Similarly, if you take a Ratel to the swamps, it's not going to do well because it wasn't designed for the swamps. But it's impossible. Why does the Soviet design build many of them with variants? Exactly. Maybe not as successful as the Ratel, but it's there. Like, fuck it, what is it? The Burdom, the four-wheel car, the scout car? It exists. It has a place within its military. Is it as cool or as powerful as the Ratel? No. Does it exist? Yes. The only good thing is this image of the rare 60mm armed Ratel. Yeah. Also, something I've just noticed, and I noticed this last time, you can see the muzzle brake on the Ratel there. This one doesn't have a muzzle brake. There's no muzzle brake. Huh. Cool. Exactly, James. I don't know why it doesn't have a muzzle brake. Oh, this is Sarge! No, it's not Sarge. Sarge was number 11, wasn't he? This is not Sarge. This is another Ratel. I don't know which one Ratel this is. But yeah, it's missing its muzzle brake. Is it? No, because there's the muzzle brake there. What? This is not AI generated. What? No, I know. Is this picture AI doctored? This picture is AI doctored. Look, there's a hatch. What the fuck is the hatch doing there? What the fuck is wrong with this? This image is AI doctored. Because the license plate is unreadable. What? No. No. Take a screenshot of that.
could not exist.
I know this photo. I know this fucking photo. Google.com. You paste. There it is. Here it is. No, it is like that. No, but you can see the muzzle brake. Yeah, it does have a muzzle brake. This is the original photograph. Oh, hold on. Oh my god, this guy's looking to the left. That fucking... This thing, it thinks is an optic when it's actually his earpiece. It's his earpiece. He's looking to the left, but here, he's kind of looking straight to the left. I don't know what that is. It exists here. I don't think it's a hatch. I don't know what that is. This is an AI doctored piece. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck? Yeah, K27N. I don't know what that is. But that's, oh my god. Exactly. Why didn't he just use the original image? It's fucking free on the internet. I never, oh my god. It's free on the internet. Oh, so that confirms it. This entire project is AI generated. So the script is AI generated. The speaking is AI generated. In fact, I can prove that. Where is here? Where's that group? Where's that fucking group? Fuck, where is it? Was it in Soup? I think it was in Soup. Soup. Where are you? I'm shopping for clothes. Where? I'm at Soup. Go see the next aisle. I can't. I'm at Soup. God, I miss that. Even Labs voiceover. That's what it's called. Even Labs voiceover. Even Labs voiceover. Here it is. Even Labs. Proceed. Here it is. So text to speech. And look at this. Christopher.
I wandered lonely as a cloud that floats on high o'er vales and hills, when all at once I saw a crowd, a host of golden daffodils.
So the script is AI generated, the editing is AI generated, the voiceover is AI generated, the pictures are very clearly AI generated. This guy is a puss. This guy's just a fucking low tier puss. Oh my god. I didn't notice that on the first time I did this reaction. This is a genuine reaction. I mean, I didn't notice the fact that this is wrong and that's wrong and that looks weird and that looks different from that. I don't know why there's a little fucking windscreen wiper over there when it never had. It had a windscreen wiper here. Oh my god. Oh, no. Okay, that is supposed to look like that as far as I'm aware. Yeah, so you can see on the original, it's still the same. The reason why is because that there's a armor plate over here, a stop plate for the driver's vision port when it's under threat. The shields will go up, the driver's port will pop up, and then the driver can still see where he's going. So that is correct. That's correct. But yeah, you can see there's no window wiper there. Oh my god, this is. I mean, I was expecting low tier shit. I knew this was low tier shit, but this is like 4 levels lower than than low tier shit. You think you've hit the basement? Nah, mate, we still got a ways to go.
The Soviets had tried wheeled armour and rejected it for fighting roles. The Americans
For fighting roles, can someone please confirm that? I know that it was used in scout cars, but I'm fucking certain that they were combat vehicles, for combat.
had said an infantry fighting vehicle had to run on tracks. The Germans had said the same, and yet this machine was rolling straight at
No, because the Americans and the Germans were making their vehicles based off of the terrain and the enemy they would be fighting. Not because tracks are cooler. Tracks have a fuckload more problems than wheels. Namely, if you get any amount of fucking dirt in it and it gets into the bearings, you're kind of fucked. That channel is a poster child of why AI is a blight on humanity and the internet. Absolutely. Now the Soviets used BTR vehicles. They also used wheeled mortars like the Nona SVK. Also, wheels are better against mines. Yes, that's the entire reason why the Eland, Ratel, Casspir, all of that use. You can actually see the driver's vision port
mechanized
here.
brigade.
You can see the driver's vision port here, and you can see the little stumps. This one's Don't tell me that this fucking image is AI doctored as well. I don't see. This one might be a genuine image. This might be AI doctored because I don't know what the fuck this is for. Reactbot, what do you think so far?
My man.
Nope. No, Reactbot, not your man. Not your man. You don't want to be associated with this guy, Reactbot. In fact, let me just keep him visible. I'll just make him smaller. Make him a bit smaller. It is a War Thunder image. AI doctored War Thunder screenshots. How fucking lazy can you be that you AI doctor a fucking screenshot because you're too fucking lazy to put in any amount of fucking work? 4-man team. This is a 4-man team. We know that there's at least 4 men based off of what they've said. So this is a 4-man team. Oh my fucking god. Alright, let's continue. Nope.
Fielding T54 and T55 main.
T54, T55. How far are we into this video? We're not even a minute. We're 45 seconds. T54, T55s. Why did it say that? It's just T54, T55s. I am now doubting that there's a human, let alone a 4-man team behind this slop factory. Honestly, I'm questioning it as well. I'm starting to question it as well. 4-man fucking team, by the way. It is an AI doctored photo because look at how the fucking muzzle brake is looking here. It's like it's melded in together. There's no depth to it. The 4-man team sounds like that one kid in school that insisted they have an uncle with a Bugatti. I remember a kid like that, except at the time it was a Lexus LFA. I remember some kid boasting around, oh, my uncle's got a Lexus LFA in a country where the roads were falling apart. Yeah, sure, kid. Whatever you say. All right. Go back 5 seconds. Let's listen to that again.
And yet this machine was rolling straight at a mechanized brigade fielding T54 and T55 main battle tanks, Soviet personnel carriers, self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, and a full battery of SA-8 missiles over the next
SA-8. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be SA-80 missiles, is it not? The fuck is an SA-8 missile? Yeah, this is Sarge, 11C, this is Sarge. So this is OTT Solutions. This is a real vehicle that's, oh sorry, this is not Sarge per se, but this is a vehicle based off of Sarge. The fuck is that? The fuck is that? Don't tell me this is AI doctored. I don't think so. Everything looks where it's supposed to be. This one might actually be a genuine photo. I don't know what that is. Might be the sock for the gun that's flying off. No, because there's weird haze over here. What the fuck is this? Hold on. Windows Shift S. Where is you? How do I check for images here? Images. Yeah, man, yeah. Puss. No, I need Google. Sorry, Star Page, but I need Google's stupid AI fucking feature. Yeah. Right. Here it is. It is AI doctored. What the fuck? It's AI doctored. Fuck off. It's AI doctored. You can see that this is the shroud to hide the end of the barrel so that people can't see what the muzzle brake looks like. It's no, you fucking serious. It's AI doctored. The SA-8 is a Gecko Sam. Okay, so it does exist. Oh. I need another fucking drink. Rackbot, what do you think?
Exactly.
No. Okay, exactly. It's fucking AI slopic. In fact, you can see a driver here. What is? No, you. Oh my god! The driver disappears. The AI doesn't know what the driver is. It thinks it's a reflection. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, that is awful. That is so shit. Oh, dude, check out the wheels. You can see the how the back wheels have deformed slightly because of the weight of the vehicle. But you go over here and they're full. Oh my god. Oh, 11C turned it. You're right. Oh my god, you're right. Yeah, it looks like a 1K. A weird ass K over here. Oh my god. Oh. I didn't bring nearly enough alcohol for this. All right, let's continue.
72 hours, it would help destroy an entire Fappler brigade.
Wait, what are you saying?
Over the next 72 hours, it would help destroy an entire Fappler brigade. 61 Soviet-built tanks would burn. More than 1,000 Cuban and Angolan soldiers would die. It would become the largest mechanized battle fought on African soil since the fall of the Africa Corps in 19...
Hold on. No, I don't want your fucking CCs. Fuck off. It's AI generated because that looks like Chinese. Oh my god, they're fucking lazy. 4-man team, by the way. 4-man fucking team. Hello, Thunder Fox. I feel like AI is Pandora's box that we shouldn't have opened. We absolutely should not have. For all the good that AI is doing on the scientific field, and especially with what's that ocean company, the one that's picking up all the plastic out of the ocean? They're using local AI to identify plastic in the ocean so that they can scoop it out, which I think is incredible. It's a fantastic use of AI. But then we're fucking using it to just, it's not even spit out, shot out, no fucking brain. You can see the hatch over here. The driver's what is that? A right side hatch is welded into the frame. No, it's fucking not. You also notice that the auxiliary driver view hatch keeps on messing up and changing. Exactly. God, I hate this so much. We've got 4 hours of this. We're only a minute and 8 seconds into a 13-minute video. Oh, this was a terrible idea. This was horrible. I might actually cry. Oh, let's go.
1943, and it had been built by a nation living under the most complete arms embargo ever imposed on
say that
a
again.
battle fought on African soil since the fall of the Africa Corps in 1943, and it had been built by a nation living under the most complete arms embargo ever imposed on a country.
I believe that statement is actually correct. So South Africa right around this time is, it's an apartheid state. It's the white minority rules over the black majority. Hello, DeWolfie. The white minority rules over the black majority. And in all credit, apartheid was awful. You can still see the effects of apartheid in modern day South Africa. Knight says, when it comes to AI, it all depends on the human behind it who's using it at our bambles. Exactly. It really depends on how you use AI. If you're using it locally for the betterment of humanity, fucking you go, dude. You do your thing. You've got my support. But it's when it's used to fucking shot out shit like this so that you can make a quick buck, fuck off. Get your fucking ass out of here. Anyway, where was I? Yeah, so apartheid at this time is really, really bad, especially against the majority black population. I don't really know too much about it, so obviously I don't want to say, I don't want to go and shoot myself in the foot, but it's bad. It's really fucking bad. And look, whether it was quite rightly or quite justly, that's for people that know more about this than I do. But, excuse me. But I am going to say that South Africa was indeed the most heavily sanctioned country in the world at this time. I mean, it fucking incredible how badly sanctioned it was. And the nameplate at the front makes it seem as if it's been deployed in China. Exactly. I used AI to find sources and read them myself. AI is more reliable than Google at times. It really depends, but I do agree with you, Hassar, especially on really unknown vehicles like SADF Bike Squad, the Hippo, etc., etc. Sure, generate it, double check the sources. Make sure that the sources say what they say and don't just take it at face value. It's like using a middleman. If you use a middleman to get you the best price on the phone, you want to make sure that the middleman is getting you the best prices on the phone. Otherwise, he's just going to scam you and run away with the rest of the money. And by corporations to save money, which will backfire on them inevitably, absolutely. It must have taken years to recover from those sanctions. I don't think South Africa ever really has. I don't think South Africa ever really has, because South Africa is really going down the toilet at the moment. Google has gotten so bad that AI is almost the only way to troubleshoot Windows crap. Yeah, it really is. You know what? I believe that's intentional, though. I believe that's intentional. It's reducing the search quality, so that you're forced to use AI more. It's kind of like the local shop putting up barricades in front of their competitor, like a road closed or whatever, so that people go to their shop more. It's artificially barring you from where you want to go, so that you're forced to use AI more, so that Google, companies, whatever, get more money out of it. AI gives better tips on fixing small things. I'd question that. It depends what those small things are. If it's something like a blocked toilet, a plunger, etc., etc., I agree with you. But if it's starting to become more on, hey, people don't like me, what am I doing? I would strongly say that that's the biggest load of bullshit I've heard, or anything medical. Don't fucking listen to AI about anything medical. Listen to your body. If your body says something's wrong, something's fucking wrong, and you need to go see a doctor. Right, continuing on.
Its designation was the Ratel, the first wheeled.
Ratel is technically the correct word. It's more pronounced Ratel with a rolling R's. Ratel is also correct. All right.
Infantry fighting vehicle the world had ever seen. To understand why the Ratel existed, you need to understand.
Doctored, AI doctored. It's fuck. Oh my god, it's AI fucking doctored. How do you fucking AI doctor a screenshot when the screenshot itself is better than the fucking AI doctoring that it's. It's Mopani and Mopane all over again. It really is. It really fucking is.
The position South Africa faced in 1975. For a decade, the country had been slowly strangled. After the Sharpeville massacre of 1960, Britain had refused to sell new armour to Pretoria.
South Africa. The Sharpeville massacre is... I know I said in one of my earlier videos that I would cover it. I don't think I'm going to cover it. It is politically charged to fucking insane levels. Basically, from a quick Google search and a quick Wikipedia search, which is all I'm going to do on the topic, I'm not going to cover it in depth. Basically, there was a protest. The police opened fire. The SAP opened up fire, and it was a complete and utter bloodbath. Men, women, children, didn't matter. People were being killed. So the Sharpeville massacre really is a massacre, and was one of the things that fueled anti-apartheid sentiments in both the East and the West, and really, really charged then Southwest Africa, now Namibia, into seeking their own independence. Because if they're prepared to do that to their people, what are they going to do to them, as it were? Worst crime are the people who do AI art and pretend they made it. To be brief, no, they didn't. No, you didn't. You can claim copyright on the prompt. You can't claim copyright on anything else. Fuck off. And that's the thing. We've basically just proved AI doctored as well. Fucking what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Where's this flag connected to? Fucking AI doctored. The fact that this is AI doctored means that this individual cannot claim copyright. This isn't their work. It's some fucking computer that just shotted it out. There's no copyright. If someone uploads my video on the Ratel with all of its faults and all the things that I got wrong on it, it really is connected to the air. If someone uploads my Ratel video, I can claim copyright because, hey, that's mine. I made those mistakes in there. I made that. And yeah, I will absolutely fucking copyright your ass into the. No, the flash is technically correct because it's. Oh yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Because there should be extra smoke. You can kind of see the front, the muzzle shot here. Sorry, the muzzle trail, the gases. But yeah, everything else just looks wrong. And I don't know what the fuck this is, by the way. I don't know what that is. So it must be AI doctored. But yeah, if someone uploads any one of my videos, yeah, I've got copyright over that. So guess what? You're getting fucking copyright struck to hell. If I upload this video, he can't do anything. That the flash looks like a stock flash placed in post. I'm pretty sure that's because of the AI. Let's just do our quick little thing of take a screenshot and figure out where it came from. So we say armor core. Get rid of that. Image search, Control V, enter. And look at that. Look at that. I don't really want to use Facebook because I'm probably logged in and I don't want to reveal my information. It might be AI doctored. Hang on. Let me do this. Link. Where's Firefox? V. Oh yeah, okay. If I do, actually, hang on. You know what I can do? I can just log out. If I can, where the hell is log out? No, fuck off. Don't want to log back in. No, get fucked. Here. Look at that. You can see everything. You can see the cables. You can see the wire. You can see the smoke. This is genuine. Oh, that's what that is. That's a crew cab. That's the fucking driver's cab. Where is it? Oh, that's wrong. Here. Oh, that's why. It thinks that the driver's cab is. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck. Hate everything. I hate everything about this. Hello, Goose. Open up Facebook, all incognito modes activated. There was a little bit of personal information there, but that's a spam email address, so it doesn't really matter. I don't check it.
August 1963, the UN Jordan had refused to sell new armor to Pretoria. In August 19...
South Africa, not Pretoria. South Africa. Pretoria is the capital city of South Africa. Pretoria is not a country. It is the capital city of South Africa, which is a country. Oh my fucking god.
1963, the UN General Assembly passed a voluntary arms embargo. South Africa turned to France, to West Germany, to commercial truck manufacturers, anywhere it could scrape together license agreements.
That is true. That is true. So South Africa turned towards France, West Germany, Israel, and local truck manufacturers. In fact, the Ratel is based off of I think it's a 15 or 20 ton 6x6 man truck. It's something like that. It's a very, very heavy. It's a very heavy vehicle. I think combat loaded, infantry, weapons, everything. Yeah, look, see, you can see the M1919 A6, M1919 A6 with a. Is this image real? No, because look at the. This is fucking AI doctored. Of course, it's AI doctored. I was just about to give them some level of praise, and be like, "Oh, look at this. This is cool. They actually got something right." No, they fucking didn't. Of course, they fucking didn't. Here it is. But that is tiny. No, this is not the original image. This is some fucking. Oh shit! Control Shift T. That's some fucking hyper compressed. Here it is. Again, it's the same hyper compressed photo. So how the fuck did they get this so clean? There must be a bigger version of this photo somewhere. Yeah, take a look here. M1919A6. What about you, Wikipedia? Do you have a full-size photo? No, it doesn't exist. I think so, at least. 56485? Something like that? Weird. Fucking weird. Let's go back to Google so that we just have this for whenever we need to double check stuff. All right. Yeah, honestly, trying to cover anything on apartheid is just inviting the worst of the internet to have a shit-slinging match in the comments. I agree. It's something that I just don't want. I don't want to be... The one thing that I've sworn to myself is not to be politically charged. I'll talk about the vehicles. I'll talk a bit about the history, but I don't fucking care for the politics side of it. Don't care. Or they used Pretoria as in a geopolitical sense, like Russia as Moscow or Denmark as Copenhagen. Maybe, yeah, fair enough. Probably Control S the image and use the AI to enlarge it. Likely, because one way to protect your work is to upload a much smaller version of your image. Ah, I see. That's actually a good idea. Might actually be right, because take a look at this indicator. You got an indicator here and around here, but then you got a half indicator here and a whatever the fuck kind of indicator that is over there. Oh, fuck. All right, continue on.
Then came the shock. In April 1974, the Portuguese Empire collapsed. Within
Correct.
18 months, Angola and Mozambique tipped into Marxist-aligned independence.
That is actually true. So Mozambique, oh dude, the Portuguese withdrawal from Mozambique was brutal. Shockingly brutal. I remember hearing a couple of stories from an individual that we used to see. And look, I was only a pickaninny at the time, so I was very, very small. And he was talking about some of his experiences of friends that were in the Mozambican side. And I mean, it was bad. We're talking complete scorched earth from the Portuguese. You got to remember, at this time, the Portuguese had all the skills. They were the metal manufacturers. They were the farmers. They were the mathematicians. They were the white and blue collar jobs of Mozambique. The Portuguese were the government, and they were the land, and they were the skill base. So when Portuguese essentially lost and they withdrew, boats scuttled, farms burned, factories destroyed, infrastructure annihilated. This was the case of, okay, you can have the land, but don't expect anything to be on top of it. It was a complete and utter scorched earth policy. And Mozambique to this day has not recovered from that. Just recently, as I think it was 2013 or 2016, they only just then got rid of the mines. And I mentioned in the Hippo video that it's something ludicrously large. Like, oh God, how big, how many million square kilometers did Mozambique demine? Mozambique demining. Oh, that's in a new page for some reason. Yeah. Where is it? So over the course of 22 years, clearing a record 34,000 landmines in a single year, overall Halo cleared over 171,000 landmines from more than 1,000 minefields, around 80% of all the landmines destroyed. 171,000 mines. So how many million square kilometers is that? I saw a source. Ah, God, where is... Here it is. Human Rights Watch is probably a good source. Or at least reference. Acknowledgement, introduction, the mines, number and locations, mines and sources, training. I don't want to go see the victims because that's going to show, well, gore, and that's probably going to get the channel nuked, so I'm not going to do that. In fact, let's look, it was a fucking huge amount. It was a several million square kilometers, if I remember. Like my profile picture here, it's a photo that I've taken and has never been uploaded as anything else. I see. I get why they banned mines. I mean, mines are nasty little fuckers. They are, they're nasty. In fact, just recently, so we have a big problem with Chinese companies here. There was a Chinese scrapper. I don't know where they were based. They were based somewhere in Zimbabwe. Are based somewhere in Zimbabwe, excuse me. And they get scrapping. And the one time they get scrapped, there's unexploded ordnance. The picture shows the picture showed mortar rounds, but I don't know if that's what they had. So quite rightly, the workers go to the boss and say, "Hey, dude, there's UXO here. We need to call the police and we need to clear this." The boss says, "No, you're going to get this cleared." So the employees, I mean, look, they're paid by the ton essentially. So they need the money. I mean, people in Zimbabwe are struggling, so they need the money. So they process it. What happens? It explodes. No kills, but 2 people severely injured and have to go to Paranyetwa. Now, Paranyetwa is a government hospital. If you get in a car crash, you have to go to Paranyetwa if you want to be able to file a police report. The problem with Paranyetwa is that the general wards and the CCU wards are not good. I'm talking people dying in hallways. I'm talking people dying because they can't see a doctor. There's no medicine. There's no bandages. Paranyetwa is in a fucking state. It's in a huge fucking state. Our gardener, obviously no names, his wife's sister got into a situation where she had to be taken to Paranyetwa and she passed away in the hallway. And the bodies are left because there's no doctors and there's no nurses because they're on strike. So now you get this poor guy that's forced to process scrap, gets a UXO, explodes in his face. I don't think he's going to make it. I'm pretty sure he's going to die in the hallway. And you know what the Chinaman boss says? "I'm here to make money and go back to China. You are not my problem." It's like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, makes sense. The slow controlled winding down of the British Empire looks more like a sensible way to dismantle a colonial empire compared to the French, Portuguese, and others. Agreed. I would not go deep into Portugal, but the Esta Nova regime caused the problem in Mozambique. Agreed. My late dad doctor. Also, my condolences for your loss. I hope you're doing a lot better. My late dad was a doctor in Zimbabwe, and he would have agreed with that assessment. It's bad. Unless you're going private, if you go public hospital, you're kind of fucked. You're kind of fucked. And that's what's really sad. Anyway, we're not even 2 minutes into this video, and this stream's been going on for how long? An hour? We're not even 2 minutes in. It's been nearly an hour. Oh, God. All right.
Cuba deployed tens of thousands of troops across South Africa's northern border,
There's Sarge.
armed with the most modern Soviet equipment the Warsaw Pact could supply. SWAPO's insurgency escalated. The buffer states that had shielded Pretoria for decades were gone. Then, on November 4, 1977...
Why does that gun look wrong? There's something wrong with that gun. No, it's AI doctor. Take a look at the license plate. Also wasn't in full screen. I'm getting a headache. I might actually have to go and take some painkillers. It's offset, but it looks like a main battle tank gun, or NBT main battle tank. It's got the like a the reciprocating sleeve, so when the gun fires, it flies back into the sleeve. Except it doesn't. It's a 90mm. It's maybe a 90mm. Fuck, this might be a 60mm. And I mean, it's AI doctored, so that gun's probably... You know what? Fine. Yeah. Let's see where you pulled this fucking image from. Oh, look at that. Wow. Holy shit. Stolen from 6-1 Mechanized Battalion. It's a 60mm mortar. It's a... There's a gentleman there. Where the fuck is this He's been edited out. The gentleman here has been edited out. What the fuck? Bravo Delta Bravo 251 Mike. And they've edited out the red studs. Oh my god, that is so scummy. Oh my god, that is so scummy. That's so fucking scummy. That's awful. Fuck you. I shall call that Ratel Mike. I can't believe Mike got butchered. Hey, Reactbot, what do you think of Mike?
And be sure to like and subscribe.
No, Reactbot, thank you. Thank you for mentioning it, but no. He has been absorbed by the AI. Mike is part of the coalition. Quickly, kill Mike! See person with dark skin complexion? Let's erase. God, that's dark. That's dark. Holy shit, Wolfie. Actually, Reactbot, what do you think of that?
Nah, I'm gonna do my own thing.
Oh, Reactbot, what the fuck are you gonna do? No, dude. No. Yeah, Hokoyo, Reactbot, Hokoyo. Alright, let's continue.
The UN Security Council passed Resolution 418. The embargo became
418?
mandatory under Chapter 7 of the UN Charter.
No, it wasn't 418. What fucking resolution was it? UN resolution to sanction South Africa. How do you spell apartheid? APH aphrodisiac. GHT. That's not how you spell it, but fuck it. Maybe the thing. January 1st. Resolution 554. 554. What the fuck did you say? What the actual fuck did you say? It's Resolution 554.
Were gone. Then, on November 4, 1977, the UN Security Council passed Resolution 418.
Resolution 554. 418, 554. 418, 554. What do those numbers have in common? Fucking nothing! Wreckbot, what do you think of Resolution 418? Where's F7?
That's gonna leave a mark.
God, isn't it just? Isn't it fucking just? Oh, Wreckbot, thank you. Thank you for being some subtlety to this fucking AI slop. How far are we? 2 minutes, 15 seconds.
Embargo became mandatory under Chapter 7 of the UN Charter. No weapons, no spare parts, no manufacturing licenses. For the first time in the organisation's history, an arms embargo had the full force of international law behind it. South Africa had two choices: fight with obsolete equipment or build its own. The problem was straightforward. The border ran over 1,000 kilometres across sand, scrub and unmapped bushveld. Tracked infantry fighting...
The problem was not straightforward. The problem was deeply fucking complicated. That's why this vehicle doesn't exist in any other fucking country. The problem was not straightforward. It was deeply fucking complicated. AI, since you see this is so straightforward, design me a fucking vehicle that... You know what? Fuck you. You know what?
Vehicles meant...
No, fuck you. Go away. Fucking ChatGPT. Fuck off. That's fine. Design me a vehicle that can traverse the length of the Namibian border. Oh my god, fuck off. Fuck off, Google. Sign in! Sign in! You need to sign in! A vehicle that can traverse the length of the Namibian border through the bush. Oh my god. Control C just in case. Send. Oh my god. Trusted by millions. That's bullshit. You know what I'm gonna do? Fucking not real email. Temp mail. Here it is. God, hurry up, internet. Here we are. Thank you. Start page, don't want. Here you are. You want a fucking email? Here's a fucking email. Fuck you. Inbox is empty. I didn't receive the email. You're supposed. Here you are. Sign into AI chatbot. God, I fucking hate AI so much. I hate AI so much. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Fuck off. I don't want to upgrade to your fucking pro shit. Fuck you. Draw a picture of this vehicle. Oh, fuck you. Oh my god, fuck off. I don't want your full power. Alright, so let's take a look at the things. All-terrain off-road vehicle. No shit, Sherlock. Compact and rugged frame with a high ground clearance to navigate obstacles. No shit, Sherlock. Can accommodate 4 to 6 vehicles with storage for supplies and equipment. Okay. Reinforced steel or aluminium alloy frame. No, idiot. Independent suspension for each wheel to absorb the shocks from rough terrain. Adjustable air suspension. If you don't know, once you lose air suspension, you're fucked. Because air suspension require rubber bags, whereas something like leaf springs or coil springs are metallic and relatively it's not perfect, but relatively easy to replace. Wheels, tires, large all-terrain tires, 32 to 34 inches with deep treads for superior grip. You don't need traction control, I'm ignoring that. Turbocharged diesel engine, 250 to 250. Don't need GPS, you just need a fucking map and a compass. You don't need air conditioning. Roll cage for enhanced safety, you don't need that. High mounted LEDs, excuse me. The Namibian Frontier Explorer, of course it's called that. Whatever. Fuck you, chatbot. Where is it? Here we are. Air suspension, bro, that is terrible for any military vehicles. Agreed. Air suspension, great for fancy cars. Great for fancy fucking cars. Awesome. Cool. You want to deal with air suspension? Fucking go for it. It's your car. No problem. But fucking leave it out of military vehicles. The manual actually tells you to turn off traction control when going over loose ground like dirt or sand. Fucking wow. Agreed. Ladies and gentlemen, other people, we have the ideal Group B rally car for Albonia. Yeah, look, heavy trucks on roads, absolutely agree. Air suspension, great way to go. For what this is designed to do, fuck no.
Tank transporters and fuel convoys, the mapped Bushveld. Tracked infantry fighting vehicles meant tank transporters and fuel convoys the SADF did not have.
It still had to have fuel convoys. The Ratel is not a miracle fucking vehicle. The Ratel is excellent, but it's not a miracle fucking vehicle. It still needed fuel convoys. Oh, what fucking shit are you spouting out?
Abrasive Kalahari dust chewed through tracks within weeks.
That is true. That is true. So the soil is a pretty decent mixture of both coarse soil and very fucking fine, like powder. Good thing they didn't say hydropneumatic suspension, indeed. But the soil, you can even see the dust at the back there. A lot of it is very fine. And if you take a conventional vehicle, a conventional vehicle through the Namibian bush, it's generally advised that A, you keep a fucking huge distance between your cars, but B, you have something called a sock, either over your snorkel or over your dust filter. And now what the sock does is it captures all that fine dust before it can get to your air filter, and before, more importantly, it can get to your engine. Because something that you got to understand is that as components get hot, like bearings, shock absorbers, etc., the dust, especially if it's wet, will get sucked in. It gets sucked in because nature abhors a vacuum. Nature doesn't like vacuums. Heat creates a partial vacuum. And when the cold dust, in this case, cold early morning dust, or water gets in contact with those hot parts, it transfers energy and it sucks it in. So now you've got fine abrasive dust in everything, and it's just going to fuck you over. If you store diesel in the tires, you need less fuel convoys. There are actual armored vehicles that use hydropneumatic suspension. I don't know which ones those are. The Rwandans learned that lesson the hard way during Operation Katonia, and if I remember correctly, ended up with a traffic jam of tanks with no fuel. Lovely. I see no possible faults with my design. The Stridsvagen 103 used it, and it makes sense because it's pretty simple and a durable design. Citroen had a great success with it rallying, and yeah, no, don't worry, Goose. We know you have car autism. We know. I also didn't fully... I wouldn't be surprised. Why is that door open? Go back. Let's see how far this door is open.
SADF did not have abrasive Kalahari dust chewed through tracks within weeks. The existing armoured cars, the French-designed Eland and the British-designed Saracen, could not carry enough infantry, could not self-deploy across the theatre.
It was a French-designed car, I'll give you that. It was manufactured in South Africa. And yes, he is right. The Saracen, while it was great for the British and its colonies, it was fucking shockingly shit when it came time to actually doing something in the bush. The soldier, you cannot ghost ride in the Ratel. And those MBTs that weigh over 50 tons, except the Type 10, which was 44. Oh, sorry, base. The K2, Type 74, Type 90, and Type 10 use hydropneumatic. But I mean, those ones are, again, specifically designed for their terrain. It's so that the hull can essentially not enfilade, lower itself, whatever that word is. It can lower itself to be, more combat effective. Correct me if I'm wrong there. Anyway, Rakbo, what do you think about the flying door?
Checkmate, atheists.
Sure, Rakbot, sure.
Could not survive a modern Soviet anti-tank round. The design brief...
None of these vehicles can survive a modern Soviet anti-tank round. The point of the fucking Ratel, the Eland, and the Saracen is not to be a tank. These were not vehicles designed to be a fucking tank. These were vehicles with their own individual niches that serve a greater purpose towards a war effort. These are not designed to be tanks. Oh my god, I fucking hate when fucking people or AI bring up that fact. Excuse me, the Ratel and the Eland are terrible cars because they can't stand up to a T-54 or a T-55 on the direct hit. Fuck off. Just fuck off. Oh my god, I hate that argument so much. Oh. The AI never seemed to decide the back end length of this vehicle. No, it really doesn't. Checkmate atheist reactbot. Poland uses the K2 tank because we have parts of Poland. There were uneven terrain, hills, mountains, and rivers for our M1 Abrams. Leopard 2 and the PT-91 may struggle. The Ratel can absolutely be a mega danger to a T-55 thanks to the Milan ATGM. Not only the Milan, but also the Swift missiles, which will be mentioned later in the video. It reminds me about Laserpig's tank about reformers and the Bradley. I do fondly remember that video.
Brief was blunt. Build a vehicle that could drive 1,000 kilometers under its own tank round. The design brief was blunt. Build a vehicle that could drive 1,000 kilometers under its own power. Carry 8 infantry to the fight. Fight from the vehicle itself. Survive a land mine. Run on commercial truck parts, so the embargo could be worked around. Do it all.
That's technically correct. It was a little bit more in-depth than that, but I can't remember the actual specifics offhand. It's for a generalized vehicle, yeah, it's correct. It's not very good, but it's correct. Also, a few tanks can survive anti-tank shot. It's anti-tank, parroting the pig. Absolutely.
All without a single imported military component. The work ran through Springfield Bussing, the South African franchise of a West German commercial truck manufacturer. The factory was Sandock Austral.
Where's your fucking... Oh my god, did he say Sandock Austral? Where's your fucking source on Springfield Bussing being a West German firm? Or a derivative of the West German firm? I don't believe that's the case. But please, you know what? Actually, let's go down and double check the source. Shall we? Oh, look at that! No fucking sources! Where's that video? Hang on. Where is it? Here we are.
Nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Nice argument.
Okay, I'm keeping that video because I'm pretty sure there's gonna be more. There's gonna be more. Fucking my sources that I made it the fuck up. Oh, it looks similar, so it must be a derivative. I'm guessing the crash of South African Airways Flight 295 is too controversial a topic to touch. I don't know if it's controversial, but I don't know enough about it. So I really couldn't add much more to the conversation on that front. AI-generated videos often never include sources. No, my source that it came to me in a dream. That's also a good one. All right, let's go back full screen.
Hulls were welded in the Durban shipyards and railed to a site east through Springfield Bussing, the South African franchise of a West German commercial truck manufacturer. The factory was Sandock Austral. Hulls were welded...
Sandock Austral! Sandock Austral! Sandock Austral! Sandock Austral! Austral! God, fucking Austral! Not Austral. Oh... Sandock Austral. That is correct, though. The hulls were welded in Sandock Austral and then shipped up to, from Durban, shipped up to Johannesburg for final assembly. Oh, Sandock Austral. Okay. Are those two guys in a boat or just one wide guy? No, it's supposed to be two guys in a boat, but I'm pretty sure it's just one wide guy. He's a wide boy. In fact, hang on. Where's that other stupid fuck off? Get fucked. Go away. Here it is. I think it's... There he is! It's wide boy! Okay, that's enough of that. It's just him, but just like, oh, hogging up the boat. Also, notice how there's a deck here and his body's being cut in two. He's being cut in twain. He's being bisected. Oh my god. Anyway, let's double back, listen to what more of this AI fucking bullshit is gonna shout out. Hobamble, so what prompted you to make the stream? I technically did the stream last weekend, but my microphone was fucked and it was far too loud. But also because I noticed that there was more shit that I didn't pick up on then, and I wanted to do this on the main channel so that I can clip this and put it on another shorts channel, trying to attract more attention, but also just show everyone how fucking sloppy this fucking shit is. It's so terrible. Yes, market opportunity is a thing even in a predicament. If it's cheaper to weld and sandblast the hull where it's produced or someplace else, then so be it. Agreed. The turret seems to point forward, but the gun is non-existent. Yeah. Yeah. In fact, no, it is existent because you can see the remnants of the muzzle brake here. That's about roughly where the muzzle brake is. So it does exist. It just got edited out. My source is from a secondhand source, which is also AI. And check out the wheel over here. The wheel is just fucking pathetic. Oh, that's so terrible. All right, continue on.
Guise of a West German commercial truck manufacturer. The factory was Sandock Australia. Hulls were welded in the Durban shipyards and railed to a site east of Johannesburg at Boksburg for final assembly. South Africa's first purpose-built armoured vehicle plant had been a shipyard and a railway siding. The vehicle that emerged in 1976 was 7.2 metres long and over 2 metres tall.
If you tell me that the sky is grey, I am still going to check out. I'm going to look outside the window and make sure that it's actually grey. Ratel IFV. I don't remember the overall specifics offhand. Where is SA Armor is a pretty good source. Where is Tank Encyclopedia? Here we are, Tank Encyclopedia. Right. Here. Vehicle character. Oh god, that is so zoomed in. Of course, I zoomed it in this much so that you could see what it was supposed to do. Vehicle characteristics. What about here? Where is it? Should be here. In fact, let's just go all the way down because they'll have like the overall statistics down here. Don't they? Yeah, here. So 7.21 meters long by 2.7 meters wide by 2.9 meters tall. So it's nearly 3 meters tall, 18.5 tons, and a total crew of 11 mission dependent. All right, let's see what you shot out.
Emerged in 1976 was 7.2 meters long and over 2 meters tall.
Technically correct. Technically, but you're about a meter too fucking short. Or 900 millimeters too fucking short. Ugh. What the hell is that turret? That turret is AI generated. It would round it to 3 meters tall. Yeah, just shy of 3 meters. It's just shy of 3 meters. Sure, cool. Also, take a look. 2 driver's side fucking periscope. So yeah, this image is AI generated. Of course it is. Why the fuck wouldn't it be? Why the fuck wouldn't it be? Why the fuck would anyone put any fucking work into this stupid fucking video?
Combat weight was 18.5 tons. The hull
Correct.
was welded steel, 20 millimeters on the frontal arc. The underside was shaped.
Are you sure about that? That sounds correct. That sounds correct. I don't trust your shit. Yeah, 20 millimeters on the frontal arc and between 8 to 12 millimeters on all other arcs. So yes, congratulations, you got it correct. Also, this vehicle actually was something that was going to be developed, but nothing ever happened to it. It's fucking cool though. Here we are.
Into a V that deflected mine blasts away from
No,
the
that
millimeters on the frontal arc. The underside was shaped into a V that...
No, it fucking wasn't. Oh my god. The underside was not a V. The underside was flat. The underside is flat. The underside has fucking... The underside did not need to be a V because the likely position where the mines are going to blow is where? Under the fucking wheel. The Ratel was a highly advanced piece of technology. Do not give me that fucking crap. Is a highly advanced piece of technology. Do not give me that fucking crap that the designers did not know what they do. The fucking, I'm punching my mouse everywhere. These fucking things, these are called blowout channels. What they do is, When a mine hits a wheel, it makes sure that the blast doesn't go up, it goes out. That's the entire... The underside did not have a V. Rackbot, please tell us something. Please tell me you don't agree with this fucking AI slopic.
Trust me, I'm an empath.
How long has this stream been going for? 1.5 hours. How long has this video been going for? 3 minutes. Oh, nearly 4 minutes. Oh my god. The underside did not have a V. The underside was a flat bottom with blowout channels for when the mine blew, so that when the mine blew up, like mine fucking do, it would take the wheel out and maybe the fucking wheel hub and whatever else is associated with the wheel, but it would leave the crew and the passengers safe. That was the entire fucking purpose and design of the Ratel. Do not come to me with that fucking shit. You know what? There was a interactive fucking thing that Armscore, the people that made this fucking vehicle did. It was an interactive fucking 3D model, and I don't know where it is. Where is it? My hand is shaking right now. I'm so mad. I'm so fucking mad. Fuck off. Oh, fuck off. Oh, fuck off. Interactive 3D model of Ratel. I think it was done by Armscore. Yeah, modeled by Armscore Studios. So this is the people that fucking made it. It doesn't matter. Even if the lower sides are counted as the underside, it's not a V. Technically, it's an L. So this is Armscore Studios. These are the people who fucking designed and made it. I heard that V-shaped hulls have a greater risk of rollover, which is why the Ratel and the Roycat use blowout channels instead. Yes, that is one of the reasons why the Ratel was not designed with a V model. Because you want the vehicle to be high, but you don't want the vehicle to be so fucking tall that it hits a rock and then just rolls over. So we know that. Look at this. Look at this. There's no fucking V. Technically, there's a V here with the transfer cases. It's an armored extension, but it's not. Look at that. It's flat. This is the design done by, wouldn't you fucking believe it, fucking Armscore. This is an Armscore authorized reproduction 3D model. So this is what the Ratel is. Yeah, look, maybe it's missing a few details here and there, but as an overall guide, this is it. It's flat. Fucking AI bullshit. God, and we're gonna have a fucking discussion about the Casspir as well.
The hull was welded steel 20mm on the frontal arc. The underside was shaped into a V that deflected mine blasts away from the crew compartment. The engine was a Bussing D3256 turbocharged inline-6 diesel,
Correct.
282 horsepower, 6 wheels driven through a fully automatic
You don't fucking mention 15 horses per ton? You don't fucking mention that? Considering this vehicle is, I don't know, 18 fucking tons? No, let's just not mention that. Let's just listen to the AI. The AI knows everything. Everything is going to be about AI. Fucking, let's make it easy, guys. Let's make it easy. Let's get free money. Let's get that free moolah. Fuck off.
transmission, top speed 105 kilometers per hour, operational range.
Technically correct. Technically correct. However, a couple of the sources that I've messaged, and obviously I'm not going to reveal them, I'm not going to show messages because it showcases sensitive information. So in this case, you're going to have to trust me on this. In fact, Reactbob, what do you say about trusting me?
I could just eat them up.
Okay, apparently I'm a snack. But so you'll have to trust me on this. But a couple of the gunners, drivers, and infantrymen that I have talked to about the Ratel have all claimed that once the governors were removed, no, it wasn't 600 horsepower. It was about 280 horses for 18 tons, something like that. So once the governors were removed from the transmission of the vehicle could get up to speeds. I mean, the bot ain't wrong. You have a nice voice. No homo. Thank you. The vehicle could go up to 120 to 130 kilometers an hour. I mean, that's a fast-moving vehicle. Is it stable at that speed? No. Is it safe at that speed? No. Is it going to get you a destination quick? Fuck yeah. And when your friends are getting shot at, and when your friends need that help, you want that vehicle moving as fast as fucking possible to get there so that there is a chance that they come back home alive. When your friends are in danger, whoever's shooting at them, I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. They could have a family, they could have friends. I don't fucking care. You're trying to kill my friends, I fucking kill you. Simple as that. Simple as that. In warfare, that's what it boils down to. If you're shooting at my friends, fucking get ready to be shot at back. As long as the road is fairly straight, it's fine to go at that speed. Yeah, but you get something called speed wobble. You got to remember that this vehicle is very top heavy. So the faster you go, the more that weight likes to move around. I'm rocking my shoulders side to side, but you can't see that. But whatever. The more that weight starts to move around because you're making micro adjustments. So the more micro adjustments you make, the more that weight shifts. And then you start going from micro adjustments to macro adjustments, and that's when you flip. Got that image of the Daft Dakar truck catching the 405 T16 in the desert. Yeah, exactly. Dakar, not Dakar. Dakar. God, maybe I'm an AI. Right, continuing on.
Range 1,000 kilometers on a single tank of fuel. There were 5 main combat variants.
Nope. Technically correct, but also bullshit. So the Ratel in its 2x4 configuration, in its 4x6 configuration, had a top speed, a absolute maximum range, combat laden range of 1,000 kilometers on road. On road. It had a range of 1,000 kilometers on road, which is fucking impressive. But the moment it goes into 6x6 and encounters heavy bushveld, that range severely decreases to, I think it's 600 kilometers. It's 600 kilometers in the bush. So that's a huge fucking drop from 1,000 kilometers to 600 kilometers. Why the AI doesn't mention that, I don't fucking know. But it's technically correct, but it's also the biggest load of fucking bullshit I've ever heard in my life. 280 horsepower is about the horsepower is more than enough. That's similar weight to power ratio you get on a city truck. Exactly. All right, continuing on.
The Ratel 20, single tank of fuel.
Say that again?
There were 5 main combat variants.
Ratel 20, Ratel 60, Ratel 90, Ratel 81. That's for Ratel 60, Ratel 20, Ratel 90, Ratel 81. God, there were a few more variants. What's the last one that I'm thinking of? Ratel 60, Ratel 90, Ratel 20, Ratel 81. Command Ratel, that's 5. There was another. There's like 6 or 7 variants at the time of the border war. Command Ratel. The Ratel 120 was an experiment. It never entered fully production, so I'm not going to count it. Let's see what the bot says. Maybe I'll remember.
The Ratel 20, carrying a 20mm autocannon and 9 dismounted infantry. The Ratel 60, with a breech-loading mortar. The Ratel 9...
You're not going to mention what that mortar is? It's the fucking K1. It's a Brandt K1 mortar. You're not going to mention that? Also, AI doctored. Utwuned. Not UniAid or whatever the fucking UN version is that. UNAid? So I wouldn't be surprised if all these kids... Yeah, look at this poor kid's face over here. He's just smushed. He's been smeared out of existence by the AI. Fucking amazing. That's the one. Thank you very much. The ZT3. So that's 6. So yeah, the 120 was only a prototype, so it wasn't official. It wasn't. It never saw combat. So I'm not counting it. Technically, yes, but really no. But yeah, you're right. The ZT3A2 ATGM. So that's 6. So already this AI fucking lies.
Mounting a 90mm rifled gun, the Ratel 12.7 command vehicle, and later the Ratel ZT3, fitted with 3 tubes of laser-guided anti-tank missiles capable of killing any tank on Earth at 5 kilometers. It was the first wheeled infantry fighting vehicle in the world. It predated the American air.
That is correct. That is correct. It was the first infantry fighting vehicle, but also didn't mention the Ratel 81. AI, your face belongs to me, child. Yeah, blue helmet and blue vest. So the whole purpose of the UN is to be easily identifiable. So it's blue helmet, blue vest. Look, we can get into the semantics of how the UN should work. My feeling about the UN should be, if civilians are in danger, the UN must interfere. But what often happens is that the ROE is, if you're not being shot at, then you don't fire back. Which is fucking bullshit. I hate that ROE so much. Oh, thanks, James. Thanks for reverse image searching it. What does the text on the Ratel say? Isn't it UniAid? It's not Unilad. UniAid or something? Whatever. Carrying on.
Fee 25 by 7 years. It predated the American Striker by more than 2 decades. Before.
Look at that. Fucking Ratel 81. Fucking AI doesn't mention it. Also, this poor Oakie's back of his head has just been edited out. God, I hate AI so much.
Before we get into what happened when the Ratel met Soviet armor in the Angolan bush, if you are enjoying this deep dive into one of the costs nothing, and it helps the channel.
It fucking costs a lot. It costs so much. Do not subscribe. Please do not subscribe to this trash. This trash does not deserve your attention. It does not deserve your subscription. It is trash. It is nothing but slop. What this is, it's like hardtack, but instead of being edible, it's been soaked by seawater and served to you by the chef. It's got urchins and fucking worms and fuck knows what else, and you're supposed to eat that? Fuck off. Absolutely not. UN Glory Days was when Dag was the general secretary, because that dude also really believed in the cause. I don't know who that is, but if you say so, I will likely agree. I would sub Thai trash. Rwanda is the best example of the UN's failures. Agreed. It means United Nations African Union Mission. Oh, UNAUM. I see. In Darfur. Okay. Yeah, but please don't subscribe to this trash. This does not deserve your attention.
Grow. The first Ratels entered service with 1st SA Infantry Battalion at Bloemfontein in 1977. The unit redesigned it.
Oh my god. I don't think that's accurate. I think it is accurate, but look at this. 20mm autogun, it's a stub. The fucking stub. Of course it's a stub. Of course the fucking AI would edit it out so that you can see more of the palm trees behind it, not the 20mm autogun. Is that even a 20? Or is that a 12.7? I don't know. I'm starting to get to the point where I just don't care.
Its shoulder flash to show.
Actually, Reactbot, what do you think about the stubby 20mm?
Okay, hear me out.
Yeah?
John, chapter 11, verse 35. Jesus wept.
Jesus is weeping. Jesus is crying so hard right now. Actually, that wasn't too bad. Reactbot, thank you. You actually added more to this video than this fucking content creator ever could. Content. It's content, guys. If it comes from the computer, it's content. God, fuck off. Fuck off. Okay. Mr. Whoever the fuck you are, you 4-man team, I'm fucking addressing you directly now. This is not your shit. This is not well researched. This is not well put together. This is fucking shockingly shit. I hope you guys feel bad about yourselves. This video does not deserve the attention that it gets. And you lot need to have a fucking good look at the mirror. And is this actually worth it? Because you're going to get to a point where you're so big and so many people are calling you out. And what are you going to do? Oh, we thought, we imagined, we meant good things by it. Fuck off. Fuck off, you meant good things by this fucking slop. You're in it just so you can get a quick buck. Don't you fucking lie to me. Don't you fucking lie to me. Fuck off. Fuck off. Foot's sake, you fucking puss. God. I can see that you, and I question whether you have a team, but you are passionate about these vehicles. It's clearly evident if you just take a look. If you just take a fucking look. Okay, ignoring the AI image. This is a good design for a thumbnail. It's got it's
April 9.
Fuck off. Fuck you. Just from the image alone, just not looking at the AI stuff, this is a good thumbnail design. The vehicle in frame, grayscaled with red text, with a red box with white text. That's a good fucking thumbnail design. Everything about this is shockingly shit, but the thumbnail design is solid. Whoever the fuck you are clearly interested about vehicles like this. And I encourage you to do proper digging. But don't fucking listen to the computer. It's not going to make your life easier. It's going to make your life 1,000 times more difficult when eventually this fucking slop bites you in your fucking ass so hard that you're missing half a cheek. What the fuck are you going to do then? Oh, we thought. Oh, we intended. Fuck off. Fuck off, you intended. You're just producing slop because it makes a quick buck. Fuck you. God. Alright. Continue on.
A rampant honey badger. The Afrikaans word 1977. The unit redesigned its shoulder flash to show a rampant honey badger. The Afrikaans word ratel means honey badger. The animal.
Yes, that is correct. Why is there no imagery of the honey badger? Why are you not showing how tough the honey badger is? How badass the honey badger is? Okay. I'm going to go back to my content. I'm going to go straight to my content. Where the fuck is my channel? We're going to look at the start of my channel, of my video on the Ratel. And we're just going to quickly double compare it. Where the fuck is Commie Nutcracker? There it is. Oh. Right, so we're just bringing this up. Skip this part up to here.
The South African honey badger is a curious case. This small, black and white striped creature is well known for not giving a flying fuck.
Look at that. Not even 5 seconds into the video, it's already showing what the honey badger is, and it's already explaining that, hey, this creature doesn't fucking care about you.
So much so that hyenas and lions know damn well to stay away from it. The honey badger, or ratel in Afrikaans.
Look at that connection. There's already a connection. This is what the honey badger is. This is what it's being. This is what the vehicle is named after. Look at it, so cute and dainty, and it's getting eaten by a lion, but it doesn't fucking care.
Is well known for a few key facts: its daring escapes, insane toughness, and its love for goggling your balls between its gnashing teeth. Likewise,
and look at that transition. So this video has already shown you what the honey badger is, why it's got a reputation, how smart it is, and what the connection between this animal and this vehicle is. Where the fuck is this, or something like this, here? There's nothing. It's a fucking nothing burger. Oh yeah, it's named after the honey badger. Oh, excuse me, I haven't seen a honey badger. Well, tough shit. I'm talking. So the ratel is named after the honey badger, and they are insanely tough. Why should I give a fuck? Why should I give a fuck? I don't know anything about this creature. I don't know what it looks like. You haven't told me anything. What the fuck? Breckbot, what do you think of the honey badger?
That's a bowl full of sauce.
That is very much a bowl full of sauce. That very much is a bowl full of sauce, especially when it comes to the honey badger. God, fucking 5 minutes in. How long has the stream been going? Fucking 2 hours. 2 hours for 5 minutes of content. Christ.
The animal is small, low to the ground, almost comical in appearance, and
It is not comical in appearance. Have you even seen a honey badger? Fucking you take one look and it's like, oh, okay, that's interesting. And then it shows you, he's like, oh, fuck, okay. Yeah, definitely don't get near that. Fucking comical in appearance. Fuck off. I had to look up what a honey badger looks like. Exactly. If you take a look at the video, I've already shown you. Okay, I'm not saying you. I'm certainly not saying you. Please don't get me wrong. But it's not even low to the ground. Is he even looking at? No, he's not. He's not fucking looking at the things that he's looking at the fucking animals he's looking at. But again, that's why I did that's why I do things the way I do. It's introduction to the animal. Go to the vehicle. Admittedly, I didn't do that for the hippo MPV. It didn't feel. I couldn't really get it quite right to the point where it was usable. Next time I do a video on the hippo, I'm going to do it like that. I might even do it for a short, but the hippo is the only vehicle that I didn't do that for. But for the Ratel, it shows you what a honey badger is. It shows you the name of the Ratel, and then it moves on to the vehicle itself. So it's introducing you to what this animal is, why it's cool, or why I think it's cool, and then moving on to the vehicle. That's my formula. That's my formula. And it's gotten me some fairly good success so far. Anyway, let's see what this fucking shit keeps shouting out.
it is known across southern Africa for one trait: it refuses to back down from anything.
Correct.
The combat debut came on May 4, 1978 in
May 4. May 4. Not even a Star Wars joke. Not even his combat debut was on the same day that The Force Awakens, May 4th. Oh, God, this is so sterile. It's so sterile. There's not anything good here. This is like going to surgery, but finding out that you're actually in 1312, and the doctor is your barber, and his apron is full of blood and fucking pus and mold, and he's about to do open brain surgery on you. God fucking hell. Perfect place to say The Force Awakens on the May 4th. Exactly. He's not even reading off the specs. He's gotten the fucking specs wrong. Fucking 12 wheels on 3 axles. He's not even looking at... It's not even a he. The AI is... Oh my God. This whole thing is AI. This whole thing is just a bunch of fucking slop. Okay.
Operation Reindeer. Combat Group Juliet, under Commandant Frank Bespier, struck SWAPO's base at Shetakera, 23 kilometers inside Angola. The Ratels held ground that foot infantry and older armored cars...
Look at this fucking muzzle. Look at this fucking shit-ass muzzle. Fucking cocked hard to the right. Barrel edited out. He looks like a fucking Neanderthal. He's got fucking no eyes. It's just... He's just seeing the void. That's all he has. He just has the void. Fucking nothing here makes sense. God, fucking... Sorry, quote-unquote specs. Fair enough. Okay, I get you.
Could not have taken. Within a year, the mechanized formations were reorganized into 61 Mechanized Battalion Group, the SADF's first dedicated Ratel unit. The lessons came fast and hard. On June 10, 1980, in Operation Skeptic, Ratels assaulted a fortified bunker complex called Chifufua. SWAPO gunners used captured Soviet 23mm anti-air...
Where the fuck is the gun? Where the fuck is the gun? Where the fuck is the gun? Oh my... I'm actually getting mad. I'm actually getting so much more angry. Where the fuck is the door? There's no door. How the fuck are people supposed to get in and out of it? Are they supposed to just go through the fucking metal like they're fucking water in osmosis? God, this fucking video can't get anything right. It's getting basic facts. barely getting basic facts right. Barely. This is like the student that gets an F and then re-tips the F into a B and says, look, mommy, I got a B in fucking natural sciences. I'm so smart. And then wonders why he can't get anywhere in life. God.
Aircraft cannons in direct fire against the vehicles.
Say
Big
that again.
Soviet 23mm anti-aircraft complex called N 1980 in Operation Skeptic. Ratels assaulted a fortified bunker complex called Chefufua. Swapo gunners used captured Soviet 23mm anti-aircraft cannons.
Soviet gunners used captured 23mm anti-aircraft cannons. Captured. Did I hear that right?
Swapo gunners used captured
Akbar, please save me.
Bro thinks they're Sigma.
Oh, he might actually. This individual might actually think that he's a Sigma. Oh, I can't even think of a good joke. He's signaling his downfall. Hey. Oh my god, captured. How would that even work? It doesn't. Pretty sure. Yep, Swapo received a fuckload of equipment from the Soviets. A fuckload. One of them was ZSU 23-2 anti-aircraft guns. And then there was the 14.5mm anti-aircraft guns. Both of which would easily tear apart a Ratel. No fucking problem. It's why they were so fucking dangerous. Captured. Fuck off, captured. Fuck you.
Soviet 23mm anti-aircraft cannons in direct fire against the vehicles. 3 Ratels were knocked out in minutes. The crews learned a rule that would hold for the rest of the war. Never drive a Ratel head-on into prepared anti-aircraft fire. Flank it. Fix it. Kill it from an angle.
That is true. So, what a couple of my sources were telling me is that during their training, I never met anyone that was part of the initial invasion force or the initial operational force of the Ratel, not yet anyway. But some of the gunners and drivers that I've met basically have said the exact same thing. Never approach from a head-on. Use the speed and mobility of the Ratel to the enemy's detriment. So that is technically correct. Swapo never captured the Soviet equipment they received. How they captured what they received. It's AI hallucinating. It's fucking just AI hallucinations. Not gonna lie, the 14.5mm anti-aircraft gun is terrifying. I can't imagine what it would be like on the receiving end, having my armor torn apart and those rounds shredding bodies. The wounds would not be survivable. That's something that I did bring up in my Ratel video, is that there was a picture, a bloodied picture of the side of a Ratel that was torn apart by, I think, a 14.5mm with just a bunch of shit inside. And it was a very, very real job that the insides had to be cleaned, and they were usually done by privates. And it was you can't unsee shit like that. If you want a good example of what they would be like, the movie Fury, when whatever the fuck his face is, the main character has to replace the previous guy's position as the hull gunner, and he has to clean his face off of bits and pieces. It's very much like that. It just much more real. The only difference between the movie Fury and what these lads had to go to was the smell, because you got to remember the human body is full of iron, and that iron reeks, and also the smell of hot meat, as it were. They captured it from cargo ships that they accidentally docked in their ports and unloaded it calmly without struggle. Exactly.
August 1981, Operation Protea delivered the first pitched
Protea, don't fucking start with Protea. It's Operation Protea. God fucking damn it.
battle against Soviet tanks. At Mongua, Ratel 90 crews under Captain Hannes van der Merwe engaged
Hannes van der Merwe. Van der Merwe. Hey, James, are you a Van der Merwe? Are you a Vandermeer? Can you move your Vandermeer?
T-34-85s of the Angolan army. Multiple tanks burned.
Angolan! Fuck!
Vapler lost around 1,000 dead across the operation. A Soviet warrant officer was captured in the ruins. The embargo vehicle had just beaten Moscow-supplied armour in a stand-up fight. Then came the tanks the Ratel was not supposed to be able to handle. Operation Askari, January 3, 1984 at
January 3. Oh, January 3, 1984. January 3, 1984. React, Bob. What do you think about January 3, 1984?
Oh yeah, that's cute.
Oh.
Kuvalai. Battle Group Delta under Commandant Van Grayling engaged Vapler's
Fun Krailing.
11th Brigade and a full company of Soviet-built T-54s over 3
T-54s! T-54s! T-54s and T-55s are still going on about that. T-54s! Hey, have you seen my T-54? I seem to have misplaced it somewhere. It's not in the garage. Angola Bush War. Hello, unstoppable tiger tank. Angola Bush War. Yeah, Angola. Excuse me, it's T-54, not T-54. Get your pronunciations right, plebe.
days. Every tank in that company was destroyed. Ratel 90 crews, firing 90mm HEAT rounds at close range in dense bush, broke through the frontal armour by aiming for turret joints, side plates, and the rear deck.
That is actually correct. So I'm still not sure on the exact characteristics of the round that the Ratel fires, because the Ratel is still in service with the South African army. So I don't really want to get investigated because, well, I'm still trying to find out more information, but I don't really want to find out too much information that I attract unwanted attention. But yes, that is correct. What the same gunners had told me is that they would often aim for the back, the turret ring if they could, rear deck, engine bay, side skirts, anything that where that round hits, it's going to go straight through and either detonate the ammo bustle, sorry, not the ammo bustle, the ammunition, or kill the crew. That was the whole point of aiming for the back. Yes, the T-54 and the T-55s were fucking outclassed the Ratel by the Ratel itself. The main advantage that the Ratel had was that it was fast. If you think about it, the Ratel could drive around a T-54 a fuckload faster than that T-54 could move the turret. And if the commander, for example, tried to get out and get on his court to engage it, that fucking Ratel would peg him down and he would be killed, and then the gunner would be... So often what would happen, obviously terrain permitting, is that a Ratel will drive up, stop, aim, fire a couple of shots, move. By the time the turret starts moving to where the Ratel was, another Ratel would have come up behind it in a nearby position, stop, aim, bang, 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 move. I mean, he says it like it's not common practice to aim for those spots. Exactly. Yeah. No, you're right. It was common practice. It was common practice because it was necessary in the case of the South African Defence Force, but that's what you would just aim for anyway. So specifically the rear deck, the engine bay, not the engine bay plate, but the actual engine bay, the top of the engine bay. You got to remember the Ratel is a lot taller than a T-55 and a T-54, and can actually go straight into the engine. You take that engine out, that's your hydraulics, gone. If you can take the ammo ring out, that's your turning, gone. That tank is essentially dead. And the notorious wonderful visibility of Soviet tanks probably did not help in the Mopane shrub. Exactly. Unstoppable Tiger Tank says that SADF armored columns prioritize mobility over mass, which is the opposite for Soviet armored columns. Pretty much, yeah. So the Ratel was expensive, but it wasn't anywhere near as expensive as like a main battle tank, because main battle tanks, just shockingly, have to be tanks. These aren't tanks. These are ICVs, IFVs, whatever you want to say. So their main purpose was speed and mobility. Stopping power varied. It really depends on the vehicle that you're driving, maintenance, etc., etc. But the main fact was speed and mobility. If you can get the shot off first before that tank gets a shot at you, you can live to see the next day. But if that tank or that what is it, anti-tank gunner gets a shot off on you, that's it. You're cooked. There's no other way to say it. You're fucking cooked. I've seen Ratels with like the side over here completely and utterly almost melted inwards from Soviet anti-tank missile systems, because the Ratel is not a tank. It's not a tank. It's not designed against that. It was designed to face off against a 7.62 by 39 ball and maybe 50 caliber at the front, and that's it. It's essentially an APC with a gun, and it's fucking effective. It's incredibly effective. Would it be effective these days? I doubt it, because we got fucking drones and remote guided munitions and loitering munitions, etc., etc. But then this thing was a fucking beast. This thing, you saw this thing? This thing would be like seeing a tiger tank, like a fucking tiger fear. This was that, but everywhere. This was like if American and British crews had tiger fever, but every German tank was a tiger tank, and fucking fast, and fucking maneuverable. It's fucking terrifying.
124 enemy dead, 7 SADF killed, 1 Ratel lost to direct tank fire. The verdict went straight to headquarters. 61 Mech's commander reported to the chief of the army that the old Eland could no longer cope with modern Soviet tanks, but the Ratel 90 could, if the crews were trained to fight at close range in cover, which brings us back to the Lomba River. By
AI-generated image. There's no barrel. I don't know what the fuck he's sitting on, but he looks like he's taking a squat. The door is simultaneously closed and open at the same time. So he's technically correct in saying that the Elands were no longer fit for mainline use. That is correct. However, the thing that I'm saying this thing is conscious and sentient. The barrel is so short because fuck you, essentially. Another thing I've wondered about is just how common Soviet tanks were. I'm guessing they were relatively rare, and most engagements were not against tanks. They weren't as common as you might think, but they were common enough that they were a pretty big threat. So Soviet tanks would have often been used in defensive positions. And that's a door from a Range Rover or something, exactly. It really depends on what theater of operation you're looking at. In terms of city defense or main fob defense, tanks would be a little bit more mobile. But for hard positions, because the Ratels were so effective, hello Runaway Slav, it is also tiresome. I absolutely agree. But in terms of a static, in terms of, fuck, what am I saying? Soviet T-54 and T-55s were a little bit rarer than the more common Soviet T-34, possibly 76, I'm not sure. And definitely Soviet T-34-85s. The T-34-85 was by far the more common tank. But towards the end of the conflict, T-54 and T-55s, and even T-62s in some cases, maybe T-64s, I doubt that though, were starting to become more and more common. Because a T-54, T-55, if it has good sightline, will take out every single one of those Ratels, no problem. No problem. If it's got good sightline and a lot of fucking distance, those Ratels are fucked. But more common than not, it was the bush. And the Soviet T-54, T-55 is not designed for the bush. It is designed for open fields of Russia, of Germany, of Ukraine, of Belarus, of fucking wherever, where it can get long distance shots on enemy tanks. Because it's a tank on tank combat. That's what it was designed for. But in the bush, it fucking sucked. It was. Honestly, I think you'd rather have an empty gun than a T-54 in the bush.
September 1987, Fapler was advancing with 4 full brigades on the UNITA base at Mavinga under a plan drawn up by Soviet General Konstantin Shagnovich. The SADF's 20th Brigade, under Colonel Dion Ferreira, was built around 61 mech, 32 battalion, and a handful of pre-production Ratel ZT-3.
It is a very impressive gravity defying half a Slava squat. He's doing a very good job on that squat. Very, very good job.
Anti-tank vehicles. On September 10, the ZT-3 fired its first combat missile. 3 T-55s of Fapler's 21st Brigade were advancing through the bush after Ratel 90 rounds had failed to stop them.
Actually, that is true. So if we take a look over here, and there is actually an audio recording of it. The audio recording of Ratel ZT-3. There does exist from the battle that this machine is talking about. There is an audio recording of a Ratel ZT-3 equipped with ATGMs, because it's ZT-3, taking on Angolan T-55 tanks. Sorry, T-55 tanks. Yep. God, fuck off, Reddit. Fine, Facebook. Go away. Fuck you, Facebook.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Bring it down. Oh my god. Okay, next one. There's something wrong with it. Next one. Oh yeah, for fuck's sake. Hold on, I'll get over it.
Just listen. Just listen.
They're fuck. These things don't want to work. Hey, try the next one. Okay.
So you remember in my video how I said that often the laser guided missiles would just fuck off somewhere? This is a prime example of that, because wouldn't you be surprised? He's complaining about the missiles fucking off somewhere.
Get out of here.
Hear that whine? I can't understand what they're saying, and my ears. Sorry. Maybe I should have toned it down. But yeah, so it's difficult to hear what they're saying because it is 1987, no surprise. But you can hear a couple of things in the video. One, the missile firing from the overhead launcher. The crew complaining that the missiles are fucking off somewhere. And then the transmission whine. That's not engine whine, that's transmission whine. You can hear the engine at the back. But then you can hear the engine whine. It's very interesting. Wait, are they talking about Soviet missiles or South African missiles? This is South African missiles. This is an audio recording from inside, from this very crew, of a Ratel ZT-3 system being fired. So this is real audio from the real battle. So this is real. As far as I know, there's no footage of this that exists. This isn't the modern age where everyone has a GoPro and cell phones. But a lot of people did have audio recordings. Why they chose to record this, I don't know. But they did. And it's very interesting. So let's go back to this.
Hannes Nordman brought up the pre-production launchers. Gunner Corporal Darren Nelson, in a Ratel with call sign 12, fired 7 missiles. At least 3 T-55s were destroyed. The vehicle's internal recorder captured Nelson's cry in Afrikaans when the first tank exploded. 3 weeks later came the main battle. At 10:07.
I love how it doesn't elaborate. It doesn't show the footage. It doesn't play the audio. It's just, oh, this is what happened. Moving on. Next topic. Next TikTok. Next TikTok. Next TikTok. Gotta keep attention. Next TikTok. Next TikTok. Fucking hell.
17 on the morning of October 3, 12 Ratel 90s of Charlie Squadron, under Captain P.J. Clote, moved on line through dense bush against Fapler's 47th Brigade. The 47th had T-54s, T-55s, Soviet armoured personnel carriers, self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, a full rocket battery, and an SA-8 missile system. On paper, the Ratel should have lost. It's
On strict paper, yes. Yeah. If you don't account for the hard and soft factors. Reactbot, what do you think of this video so far?
Is this satire?
Fucking Reactbot, my man! Fucking good shit, dude. Good fucking shit. This is a War Thunder photo. I wouldn't be surprised. This looks like War Thunder. Probably AI generated as well, or AI doctored. I wouldn't be surprised. 100% War Thunder, yeah. Fucking Reactbot, my man, well done. That's a good reaction. Well done there.
90mm gun was marginal against T-55 frontal armor. Its own hull would not stop a tank round, but in the bush...
Okay. So this is something that I explained the last time. The Ratel ammunition, as far as I can tell, can penetrate, I think it's 230 millimeters of armor on a 90-degree face. So at a 90-degree face, when the round hits that 90-degree face, I think it's 230 millimeters of armor that the round will go straight through. That's not a problem. Technically, the AI is correct here because of the angle that the frontal armor on the T54, sorry, T54, T55 is. Sorry, because of the angle that the frontal armor of the T54, T55 is, the round would either likely bounce off or wouldn't penetrate deep enough. The round characteristics at a 60-degree angle is basically shaved in half. So it's only likely that the round, if it detonates properly, will only go through 150 millimeters of armor at 60 degrees. Obviously, the more flat that is, the higher chance of a ricochet or a non-penetration.
Three things flipped the fight. The Ratel's height, nearly 3 meters, let commanders see over scrub that hid the low Soviet
Fucking, he got it right. He fucking got it right. It's nearly 3 meters. That's basically correct.
tanks. The trained 2-man turret crew cycled rounds faster than a Fapler single-gunner tank could traverse.
Correct.
And in thick cover, engagements happened at under 200 meters inside the...
It's not cover. It's concealment. There's a difference between cover and concealment. Cover is what you want to be behind in a firefight because it's going to stop the things that are trying to kill you from killing you. Concealment is not going to protect you if rounds start flying, but it is going to mask where you are. There's a difference between cover and concealment. Fucking get it right, you fucking stupid bot.
90mm lethal envelope, where flanking shots triggered catastrophic ammunition cook-off inside.
So, I'm pretty sure this is an AI doctored Ratel. I wouldn't be surprised if it was, given the fucking authenticity, the questionable authenticity. But this Ratel is actually likely a Jordanian Ratel, probably a scout car. The Jordanians mounted 1 or 2 23mm ZSU guns on the top. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be 2, but the AI has just fucked it over. I think this is supposed to be 2 23-2mm anti-aircraft guns on top so that it could fulfill light, what is it called? Light scouting duties while still being combat effective. I think it had a remote turret as well, but I'm not sure. The gun very much is out of scale because it's an AI doctored image. Unfucking surprising.
The Soviet hulls. By the end of the operation, Fapler's 47th Brigade had ceased to exist as an organized formation. 61
Correct.
Soviet-built tanks, 83 armored vehicles, 20 multiple rocket launchers, more than 1,000 enemy dead, against 3 Ratels lost and 17 SADF killed. A complete SA-8 missile system, the first ever to fall into Western hands, was...
There we go. Not military themed, but would you ever do a video on South African civilian self-defense car customizations? Like the underside flamethrowers, electrified panels, and pre-Zimbabwean side-facing AK mounts? I might actually. So just a very quick one, Runaway Slav. I don't know if you're new here. I'm Zimbabwean, and using that word, the R word, in their is probably okay, but please understand that it does put myself, my family, and my friends likely in harm's way, because the local government really does not like anything pre-1980. Really, really does not. And I don't want to be on their radar. So if I could ask you to please not use that word, I would very much appreciate it. Is drone reconnaissance going to replace armored reconnaissance? I don't know if it's going to replace it. It's definitely a tool. I'm familiar, came from History of Everything. Sorry, forgot about the R-word situation with you. Not a problem. Thank you very much. I wasn't sure if you were new here or not. It's all good. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I don't know if drone reconnaissance is going to replace armored reconnaissance. Both have good situations. Drone reconnaissance is very good against a low technologically superior enemy. Armored reconnaissance is very good against a high technologically superior enemy. You got to remember that with drones are invisible, nearly, but they still give off a radar signature. If you have a permanent radar station, you're going to see a drone. No, would you ever do South African jets like the Atlas Cheetah? Yes. If it's at a permanent station, it probably has radar signals. Unless that drone is very well protected against those radar signals, it's going to light up like a Christmas tree. The good thing about armored reconnaissance is that as long as you're doing it properly, as long as you're not being stupid about it, it is still very effective. You can still hide behind a hill and that radar is not going to see you. If it does see you, it's probably going to, the operators are probably going to think it's a bush. From a very, not a super highly technologically advanced military, but, equal and fucking, what is it? Equal opponent, I think it's called. Equally fucking armed opponent. Anyway, let's continue. So basically, both are still going to be in use. I doubt that armor is going to go away, like the same way I doubt that drones are the future, but rather a tool for the future. Near peer or peer? Yeah, basically, near peer or peer. Those are the words I was looking for. Thank you, Unstoppable Tiger Tank.
Recovered intact from the battlefield and passed to NATO intelligence. On paper, every contemporary rival should have outperformed
Sorry, say that
the
again?
Ratel. The first ever to fall into Western hands was recovered intact from the battlefield and passed to NATO.
What?
First ever to SADF killed a complete SA-8 missile system. The first ever to fall in.
Yes, that is actually correct. That is actually correct. The SA-8 missile system was captured by the South Africans and given to NATO. So it was a dual idea. The first idea is that South Africa's quickly going to scribble as much of it as it can onto paper so that it can make a counter missile system. But then it was also given to NATO as a gesture of goodwill, like, hey, see, we're not all that bad. Could you please remove these sanctions? It's kind of strangling me. Whether they worked or not, I don't know.
To Western hands was recovered intact from the battlefield and passed to NATO intelligence. On paper, every contemporary rival should have outperformed the Ratel. The Soviet BMP-1 had a low-pressure gun and anti-tank missiles on tracks. The American M113 was cheaper and more numerous. The German Marder had better armour and a modern autocannon. The French AMX-10P was lighter and amphibious. Every one of these vehicles ran on tracks because the military consensus was clear. A real infantry fighting vehicle needed tracks.
No, fuck off. Where the fuck do you get off coming from that? Fuck off, fuck, oh no. Tracks were chosen because of the environment these vehicles would be in. Oh my god. If you take a Ratel or a Roycut or an Eland or a Casspir or a Hippo or any fucking South African armored vehicle, apart from the tanks, and put it in the bog, it's going to sink because wheels are not good for bogs. Tracks are better for bogs. They're not perfect, but they're better. And they'll keep the vehicles moving. Wheels won't. Oh my god. Reactbot, what do you think?
Every day they upload makes me smile.
No, don't say that. Reactbot, that's bullshit. Oh, God. You don't believe that. I know you don't believe that. Come on, Reactbot. Please don't say that. Drones are the future, says the guy trying to sell you drones. Exactly. Not certain if it worked, because South Africa was only really liked by the Mississippi in the US. Traitor Reactbot, I agree.
In practice, the Ratel offered something none of those vehicles could match. It could self-deploy 1,000 kilometers across the African bush and arrive ready to fight. It survived landmines that destroyed tracked vehicles outright.
Yes, because it was designed to. It was designed to survive. Why? Why are wheels better than tracks for a mine-infested environment? Because when you blow off a wheel, it's only going to take 40 minutes to 2 hours to replace that wheel, depending on your damage. A track is you're going to need a fucking external crew at least to repair the damage, depending on how severe that damage is. And you're likely going to need a replacement track part, and then it's going to fucking take for fucking all day to get that track back on, by which point you've been ambushed, everything sucks, you're hot, you're smelly, fucking de Klerk next to you is farted out a storm and you can't get fresh air. Oh my God. How long have I been streaming for? 2.5 hours? How long is this video? 3 more minutes. 3 more minutes, please. That's 3 more minutes.
Mechanical simplicity allowed field repair with commercial truck parts. Its crew
Correct.
training and optics consistently beat Soviet single-gunner tanks, and in the
Correct.
specific terrain of southern Angola, wheels outperformed tracks every time. The tank the Ratel was not
Correct.
supposed to beat, the Soviet T-55, was the most widely built armoured vehicle in history. Over 100,000 were made. It had armour the Ratel's gun could barely penetrate, and yet, in the bush of southern Angola, Ratel crews destroyed dozens of them, across multiple operations, across a full decade of combat. Production ran from 1976 to 1987. About 1,381 vehicles were built. The Ratel was exported to at least 10 nations. Morocco took the first 60 in 1978.
That
Jordan
sounds
bought
correct.
321 in the early 2000s and retrofitted them with American engines. Rwanda,
Correct.
Ghana, Djibouti, Senegal, Cameroon and the Central African Republic all fielded the vehicle.
OTT Solutions butchered fucking awesome shot of a Ratel. God, fucking butchered by AI. Butchered. Reactbot, what do you think of Sarge, the Ratel?
This reminds me of iJustine. Rip and fly high, queen.
Shame, man. When the AI says survived mines, does it mean it drove off post-destination or endured a mobility kill? It could actually drive off post-detonation, obviously depending on how big the mine is. But basically, in order to change the wheels, you need elevation. And because the vehicle has six wheels, in most cases, depending on the damage, of course, it would just drive out of the hole, put itself on jacks, get the wheel replaced, and beckety, boop, you're done. And then it could drive back. It could drive itself back to the depot for repairs if it needed it. Which is why tracked vehicles rely on rely on recovery over scrapper on the field repair. Exactly. So obviously, depending on the size of the mine, yeah, these vehicles could just they could survive mines. Without question, I think only ever one individual was killed by a mine in a Ratel. I think it was one individual. I don't know much more than that. This is secondhand anecdotal source, so take it with a grain of salt. But I believe that only one individual in the entire history of this vehicle, both military and civilian, one individual was killed by mine, which is fucking incredible.
Captured examples ended up in Polisario hands in the Sahara. The conceptual legacy is bigger than most military historians admit. Tank Encyclopedia calls the Ratel the grandfather of every later wheeled combat vehicle. The American
Correct.
LAV-25, fielded in 1980.
Okay, James says, have you considered making a video on the G6 self-propelled howitzer? Because it seemed more built for export than the Ratel and other South African vehicles. Yes, I have considered making a video on it. I am in the research phase at the moment. Script hasn't started. I've started another vehicle. I've started scripting for another vehicle that this very fucking AI bullshit made me so fucking angry about that I decided to spite it by sticking my middle finger so far into its face, it fucking gets permanent cross-eye. No, the Lav 25, I don't believe the Lav 25 was based on the Ratel, but the idea behind it, the core principalities behind it, it was based off of. The wheeled vehicle, anti-mine, or mine-protected, mobility speed, all of those things that made the Ratel great, I believe the LAV was based off of. I don't believe it was based off of the Ratel I don't believe it was based off of the Ratel itself.
83 followed the Ratel by 7 years. The American Striker fielded in 2002, followed by a quarter century. The French Ver BCI, the Finnish Patria AMV, the German Boxer. Every major Western wheeled fighting vehicle built since the 1980s stands in the Ratel's conceptual shadow. Its intended replacement, the Denel Badger, was contracted in 2007. As of April 2026, not a single Badger has been delivered. About 300 Ratels remain in South African service, refurbished and repainted at roughly 90% serviceability. A Ratel 20 sits in the Ditsong National Museum of Military History in Johannesburg. Restored Ratel 90s still run at...
That is actually correct. So the Ditsong Museum is based off of a military base. And what they have is the first operational Ratel 20, nicknamed Sarge, number 11C. It is the first combat Ratel. Survived the whole war, brought back to a museum, on display. How fucking badass is that? How fucking badass is that? That's so cool. Oh, the AI can read off basic info on the front page and wiki. It can't even do that. It can't even do that. Fucking 12 wheels on 3 axles. Fucking AI. Actually, ReactBot, what do you think about 12 wheels over 3 axles?
Den check. Whoa, that's crazy.
Fucking den check.
Sandstone estates in the Free State. Moroccan Ratels still patrol the Western Sahara. The vehicle has outlasted its designed replacement by nearly 20 years and counting. October 3, 1987. The banks of the Lomba River. 12 wheeled vehicles on 3 axles.
It fucking says it again! It says it again! 12 wheeled vehicles. 12 wheeled vehicles. Oh my fucking god. Wheeled vehicles. I'm pretty sure ReactBot, a dumb fucking bot, could make better commentary than this. ReactBot, say something wild and wacky.
I need an adult.
Thank you. Hello, Boy Studio. Welcome back. Hobs tweaking out more than he did being blown up by 3 consecutive landmines. Oh. Actually, that is true. That is accurate. Boy, if you can find the video again that you edited, I'll put it up on stream so that we can see it. But yeah, this fucking AI. They're using the same doctored AI. It's a fucking Google search. It's a Google search and save to computers. It's not that fucking hard.
Painted brown against the dust, rolling toward a Soviet-equipped brigade. On paper, the Ratel should not have worked. Its welded steel hull would not stop a modern tank round.
Is this just the introduction again? Is this just playing the same fucking idiotic introduction again? I think it is. Of course it's not. I'm not going to get in that argument. I've already got in that argument.
It had no night vision on the original production run.
Correct.
It had no overpressure system against chemical attack.
Correct.
Its 90mm gun was theoretically marginal against its most common target. It had been built in a converted shipyard by a country the international community had tried to wall off from the world, and yet it
Correct.
worked. It worked at Chetakera in 1978. It worked at Kuvalai against T-54s in 1984. It worked on the Lomba against a Soviet general's war plan in 1987. It works today in 6 foreign armies, and in South Africa itself. 38 years after the last one came off the line at Boksburg, the Ratel was not elegant, it was not fast.
Fuck off, it was not elegant and not fast. Fuck you! You fucking admitted yourself, your fucking self, that I could do 105 kilometers an hour on a fucking governor. Fuck you. Fuck you, you fucking puss. It is a beautiful fucking vehicle. You fucking derogatory fucking insult to an 8-bit microchip. God, fuck. It was fucking fast. It's a lot fucking faster than you can run, you fucking puss. Rackbot, what do you say to that?
Now this is more like it.
God, no. What, me crashing out? Or this fucking AI slop?
This is a bop.
Okay. Alright, if you say so. If you say so, Reactbot. Yes, Knight, we're still on the Ratel. We're just finishing. We've got like 7 seconds. 7 seconds.
It was not supposed to exist at all. It was the
It
honey
was.
badger of the bushveld, and like the animal it was named for, it refused to back down from anything.
Yes. Oh, fuck you. Video over.
November?
Fuck you. Video over. Just, oh yeah. Closing statement. End. Oh. God, I hate this channel. I hate this channel so much. Alright, now we're going on to the Casspir. I'm keeping this one. I'm keeping that one, and I'm closing all these other ones. British War Force, ladies and gentlemen. Fucking useless ass AI swap. The amount of fucking a 13-minute video has taken us 2.5 hours to pull apart. 2.5 hours to fucking pull apart. Oh my god. I cannot decide if I feel bad for people who cannot immediately realize they're watching AI content, or jealous of their blissful ignorance. I'm not sure either. But yeah, we were still on the Ratel IFV. Nuclear says, as I said on the original stream, the international community didn't try to wall off South Africa. The international community did wall them off. Agreed. The Battle of the Lomba was an armored thrust into ambush. I believe it was an armored thrust into an ambush. I'm not entirely sure, though. It was a military vehicle. It wasn't designed like a Ferrari. Agreed. How's the power situation, Hobs? Pretty good at the moment. I can probably do another video on the Casspir and crash out some more. And then I was going to do this one. Kudra wondered, oh my god, that... I've just noticed that the Roy cut. The Roy cut is not a Roy cut. It's a fucking Cascavel. It's a Cascavel. It's a fucking Cascavel. Does it claim that it uses AI content? Yes. AI generation notice. All visual content in this video, including 3D renders of vehicles, aircraft, vessels, and equipment, is 100% AI generated artwork. Immediately, this guy is a lot more honest. Fucking well done, Tools of War. You might still be AI slop, but thank you for admitting it, at least. Dude, this is a fucking hour. I'm not going into this one right now. I'll do this another stream. Let's do fucking this one. All right. Immediate breakdown of the thumbnail. What the fuck is a tank turret doing at the back here? Before we continue, hang on. I need to close my curtains. The sun's coming down and it's blinding my computer screen. I can't see dick. Hello, Murphy. Everyone say hello to Murphy. Okay. You would think that these creators would tell their AI source to source real-life historical photographs and videos for their slop videos. Yep, this is the Casspir. Who's Murphy? Murphy is my cat. He is a beautiful boy that often... So one of the things that he loves to do is when I'm playing video games, he'll go over to my mouse hand, which is my right hand, and he'll flop on it. He'll literally flop on it with his cheek on my fingers. So as I'm scrolling, his head is just going boing, 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 and he loves it. He absolutely loves the unintentional attention, as it were. He absolutely loves it. Absolutely falls in love with it. And he's a beautiful boy, and I absolutely love him. Runaway Slav's comments don't show in chat. No, I'm seeing them. Oh, wait. Oh, you're right. What? That's weird. Why the fuck does his stuff not show? Does not show. What? That's weird. YouTube is definitely not a fan of you. Most certainly. I don't know why it's not showing. Because I'm using StreamerBot. And his stuff is definitely showing through StreamerBot. I don't know why it's not showing in the YouTube chat, but I can definitely see it. So I will be sure to just shout it out whenever he says anything. Actually, before I do anything, settings, put fucking hardware. Of course, it's fucking chose hardware. God, fucking useless ass OBS. I can see it in the video feed, but not here. Okay, well, at least you can see it in the video feed. Okay. All right.
April 1979. The TFM plant outside Johannesburg, South Africa. A new vehicle rolls off the line. It is enormous, high-sided, ugly. The hull sits on wheels so tall that a grown man can stand beneath the chassis.
Bullshit. Bullshit, 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 fuck you, bullshit, 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 bullshit. Where's that fucking video? Fucking photo. Bullshit, fuck you, fuck you. This is a fucking agricultural vehicle. This is a vehicle where you can stand underneath it. It has to be this tall so that it doesn't damage crop. Fucking a fully grown man, in this case, I'm using about 180 centimeters. So call it fucking, what is that, like 5'11", 5'10"? A grown man can stand underneath that. They clearly mean for their height, which is 3 feet. 3 foot tall man. I think even a 3 foot tall man, the fucking 2 foot Amos, would knock his head on the underside of it. Oh my god. I forgot how much I hate this video. I forgot how much I hate this video. Fuck off.
And ugly. The hull sits on wheels so tall that a grown man can stand beneath the chassis and still not touch the underside.
4-man team. This is a 4 fucking man team, please. This is a 4 fucking man team. This is a 4 fucking man team. 4-man team. A 4-man team. This is a 4-man team. Just don't scream again, please. Oh, I'll do my best not to, but I might actually just shriek. I might actually shriek. Oh my god. Alright. Let's go ahead.
The body is a single steel capsule, angled into a...
Yes, that is correct. The hull is a monocoque hull. So monocoque means that it's all made in at once. It's made to be... Sorry, it's not a single steel capsule. There are welding points. There would have to be. Take a look at these angles over here. There are welding points. But what happens is that there's no chassis. Now, I am going to be doing a video on this, and I am going to be explaining the difference between a monocoque hull and a chassis. But basically, a chassis is a frame that everything else is bolted to. And a monocoque hull, very much like modern cars, is an outer shell that's already prefabricated where the components attach directly to the vehicle itself. So there's no chassis, there's nothing for it to bolt onto per se. It's all connected directly to the actual body of the vehicle.
A sharp V at the bottom, as if the
Correct.
designer had been trying to build a boat and lost his nerve halfway through.
No. No. Bullshit. Fucking horseshit. Absolute fucking horseshit. The designer knew what he was doing. The designer designed the V-hull so that it could deflect the explosive blast of fucking mines away from the crew compartment. That is the whole point of a V-done decide. Do not fucking start with me. ReactBot, what do you think so far?
Very excited to react to this video.
I'm very excited to react to this video too. Well done. Yeah, the shell is the chassis. Exactly, Wolfie. Thank you. Have you ever heard the tale of the M113? No. No, the M113 makes sense. The M113. Have you ever heard the tale of the M113? No, M113, M113 makes sense. It's not as funny as T55 and T54. Damn it.
To the officers watching, it looked wrong. It looked top-heavy. It looked like a truck that would roll over the first time a driver took a corner too fast.
What do you mean to the officers it looked wrong? Fuck off. Fuck off. You know what? And where is it?
You back it up with a source.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Nice argument.
My source is that I made it the fuck up. Oh. Rollovers are a real danger, but the one really nice thing about the Casspir is that it is shockingly good. Shockingly good at being stable. It is incredibly stable. It doesn't look it, and if you're stupid, it'll roll over. But when you're fleeing for your life, or you hit a mine, or something goes wrong, this vehicle is surprisingly a lot more stable than it looks. It is seriously stable. It's really, really good, actually.
One observer called it a monster that belonged in a scrapyard, not a...
Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. No, wrong one.
Senator, why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
I'm never gonna get tired of that. I should download that, clip it, and then just put it on like a fucking streamer setting. My source is that I made it the fuck up. What?
Half-Life has always been one of those games that never really leaves you.
Because the video auto-completed. Ah, I see. I was wondering what that sound was like. Someone using a soundboard? That observer was me. How dare you, Nuclear? Alright, let's continue.
Warzone. It had been designed on a budget of 80,000 Rand.
That is correct, but it doesn't go to explain what 80,000 Rand was. So 80,000 Rand, what it is now and what it was then are two totally different things. When was the Casspir made? It was 1974. Rand to modern US in 1974. Value of 1974 South African Rand today. Here we are, inflation tools. So 80,000 Rand. Is there a quick little formula? No. So the value was 2.49 with a... God, is there not just a quick fucking calculator I can use? I don't really want to use maths that I don't know how to use. Here we are. 1974 80,000 8123 calculate. So that's 5 million Rand. So So that's 5 million Rand in today's date. Then if we go to Rand to USD, so what is that? Fuck off. See, here we are. So Control V. 5,274,981.31. So 5 million, I've already forgotten what it was. 5,274,000. Really? 5,274,981.30. My God, really? Why are you fucking not? God, send. Oh, just fuck off. Fuck off. Why? Oh, fucking UJD November Hotel Kilo India Golf. So here we are. 5 million. What was it? 5,274,981.31. So that is 3 million? 322,011 dollars. So that's 322,000 United States dollars, which is not bad. It's not bad. It's a lot, but it's not that bad. Is that 320 or is that? Yeah, $322,011.23. It's pretty fucking good, actually. Pretty fucking good. Also love the Casspir, looks very similar to the Swedish vehicle dubbed the Coffin. I don't actually know what that is. If you could pop that into stream discussion, I would happily display it on screen. Anyway, let's get back to the shitfest.
That was less than the price of the luxury cars parked outside the factory. It was assembled from Bedford truck components.
No, it fucking wasn't. Fuck you. No, it wasn't. No, it absolutely was fucking not assembled from Bedford truck components.
Nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
I'm going to be using that so
Nice
much.
argument, Senator.
I'm going to be using that so fucking much. I hope you're prepared to see that meme more. No, it was not used. It was not made with Bedford fucking components. The Hippo Mark II, both the monocoque and the half chassis, half monocoque, and the Hippo R series were assembled using Bedford components. But the problem is that the Bedford components, especially the 1960 Bedford components, were fucking unreliable and were starting to become difficult to manufacture and obtain. The Casspir is made out of Mercedes-Benz components. It was made out of, I think it's a 5 or 10 ton Mercedes-Benz truck. And that's what it's made of. It's made of Mercedes-Benz components. Fucking useless ass bullshit. I think this is also AI generated, because look at this box that's just floating from the rearview mirror. It's not AI generated, it's AI doctored, excuse me. There's a guy's head over here with a 12.7 millimeter with the hatch in front of it. Who fucking knows? I don't know. It was made using Mercedes-Benz components, not Bedford components. Fuck off.
With the suspension deliberately bolted to the outside of the armoured hull, so that any wheel blown off by a landmine could be unbolted and replaced in the field in under 2 hours.
That is correct. So that was one of the things that the monocoque hull is really, really good at, is because it doesn't have a chassis. If the chassis gets damaged, the vehicle is essentially unusable until it gets fixed. With a monocoque hull, like the Casspir had, with a monocoque hull like the Casspir had, it was a lot harder to damage that hull, but it also meant that the components, especially wheels, hubcaps, brakes, whatever was getting damaged, were very easy to replace without the core of the vehicle being damaged to such an extent that it had to be sent to a heavy-duty workshop, which is something that vehicles with a chassis, like the Buffalo, often had to contend with. I feel like I should be 5 beers deep listening to the ship. I've already finished one drink. I'm considering going to get another one, but at the moment, I'm fine. All right, let's continue.
For the next 47 years, vehicles built on this design would serve in more than 20 nations. They would fight
believe
across
that's
deserts, jungles and mountains from Namibia to Kashmir. They would become
Correct.
the direct engineering blueprint for a $45 billion
Buffalo.
United States defense program that saved thousands of American lives in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Correct.
And the man who designed it would eventually cross the Atlantic to build its American children himself. Its
Correct.
name was the Casspir, and it was the
Casspir, not Casspir. I've made that mistake in the past. I've called it a Casspir. It's a Casspir. Reactbot, what do you think of the Casspir?
The flesh is weak.
No, come on. The Casspir is cool. It's cool. Don't say that it's weak. Piss off, man.
first vehicle in history purpose built to survive a landmine.
No, 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 no. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck whatever.
Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Nice argument.
Fucking bullshit. The Casspir was not the first vehicle to be purpose designed to survive landmines. That credit goes towards the pre-Zimbabwean security forces that had to develop landmines, of which my granddad was one of the people that designed and manufactured older vehicles like the Leopard and the Crocodile. In fact, let me just pull them up. The Leopard MPV, Crocodile MPV. Yeah, Leopard security vehicle and Crocodile APC. Oh, fuck. Yeah, so this is the Leopard. This is one of, I don't know if it's the first, but it is one of the first vehicles that were purpose-built, designed to survive mines. And look at it. It looks fucking horrible. Of course it does. It's the first. You go out and make something that's never been made before and try to make it good. You're fucking not going to, because there's nothing to base it off of. These vehicles had nothing to base their designs off. They were literally flying by the seat of their pants, and the seat of their pants were on fucking fire and were simultaneously being shot at. So these vehicles are horrifically ugly. Horrifically ugly. Oh, there's no fucking picture. Of course there isn't. But these vehicles were the first vehicles purpose-built to purposely designed to survive mines. Wasn't there a version that used F1 tires from SA after the race? Yes, that was the Pookie. It wasn't F1, it was go-kart. Yeah, Pookie vehicle. This one. Yeah, it's a Pookie. It had larger flat tires. The mine would go off. The driver was protected on the underside, but it had an open top. So it was very risky to drive one, but it applied enough pressure that it would blow up a mine, blow up the vehicle, and then hopefully the driver would also be all right. The Pookie is just, I think there's history behind why it's called that. I'm not entirely sure. None ever detonated a mine. 12 were lost and 2 drivers were killed. So they didn't. Oh, so they didn't. How was it called the Pookie? I'm not actually sure why it was called the Pookie. I just know that it was. Named after the pre-Sumerian bush baby. Because of the bush baby. So nickname for the bush baby is Pookie. That's why. It's because because of its big eyes, it looks kind of like a bush baby. That's why it's called the Pookie. Pookie, not Bookie, Pookie. 4-man team, by the way. 4-man fucking team. All right.
To understand why the Casspir existed, you need to understand the problem South Africa faced in 1973. The border war had begun in 1966. It was being fought in southwest Africa, today called Namibia,
Correct.
and in the bush of southern
Well done.
Angola. The enemy was SWAPO, the Southwest Africa People's Organization, and its
Correct.
armed wing of guerrilla fighters. At a consultative congress in Tanzania in the early 1970s,
So who were the armed wings? Who was the armed wing of SWAPO? You're not going to tell us that? Well, I'll tell you. It was both the MPLA and PLAN, or People's Liberation Army of Namibia. The Pookie looks so weird from the sides. It does. It does. So those are the two main what is it called? The two main armed wings. Also, Boy Studio. Oh, you were in a Casspir? Oh, that's so fucking cool. Please send me more photos. So Boy Studio was one of the people that helped make the hippo video that I did. This is actually a hyena, but it's got the same V hull. It predated the hippo, and the hippo predated the Casspir. So what this AI slop is saying is the biggest load of fucking horseshit in the world. Biggest load of fucking bullshit. In fact, you can even see one of the old Bedfords that the chassis was based off right over here. Can I see anything else? There's either a Puma 330H or I think it's a Puma 330H over here with the engine bay on top. So that's cool.
SWAPO made a strategic decision. They could not defeat the South African Defence Force in open battle,
Correct.
so they would bleed the roads instead. They would turn
Correct.
every dirt track in Ovambaland into a graveyard. The tools were Soviet, TM-46 and TM-57 anti-tank mines,
Correct.
shipped through Angola, stake mines to catch anyone who stopped to help the wounded.
Oh, yeah, fucking stake mines. So there's something called a hybrid minefield. And now what a hybrid minefield is, it'll be a anti-tank mine nearby and then an anti-personnel mine somewhere else. So you'd see the anti-tank mine, you go out, you get ready to get rid of it, and anti-personnel mine, bang, you're dead. So the easier thing started becoming that it was just easier to drive over the mine, detonate it, and that would in all likelihood detonate the anti-personnel mine nearby. Sorry, based off of or just ripped from? Hang on.
Shipped through Angola, stake mines to catch anyone who stopped to help the wounded, Yugoslav fragmentation mines that could cut a man in half at 40 paces. The tactics were lethal. In a single year, Portuguese forces in neighbouring Angola lost 355 dead and 1,242 injured to landmines alone.
Correct.
The South African police and army were losing trucks. They were losing men. They were
Correct.
losing faster than they could replace either. The answer came
Correct.
from a workshop in Pretoria. The Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, known as CSIR, had been
Correct.
working on mine-protected vehicles since 1972. The lead engineer was Dr. Vernon Joint. His team tried sandbags. They tried water-filled tyres. They tried
Correct.
bolt-on steel plates. Nothing
Correct.
worked reliably. Then Joint did the mathematics on a V-shaped hull. In November of
No, that's not correct. So this CSIO was actually very heavily involved with the pre-Zimbabwean companies, Mindtech and whatever the other one was called. And they were looking into better mine protection with the V-shape hull. Now, you got to remember at this time is that mild steel is very easy to come by, but not strong enough. This is something that the Hippo MPV really experimented with, is that its V hull was mild steel, but then it would have a upper armored steel to protect the troops from ballistics, 7.62 by 3.9 ball. What often happened is that while the V hull of the mild steel proved good enough for most AT mines, anything larger than I think it was a single or a double AT mine would just rip straight through the crew cab and kill or maim most of the infantry inside. So what the Casspir was set out to was make a monocoque hull. That was the first thing. It had to be monocoque for extra strength, but it also had to use better materials than what was currently being used on the Hippo. The Hippo looks the way it does because it's cheap. This, while it's still cheap, is designed more with practicality in mind. Practicality and safety in mind.
In 1973, his team detonated a 21 kilogram TNT charge under a prototype called the Hyena.
Doesn't show it, so you know what? Hyena. Here's a hyena. So I don't know if they actually did that, by the way. I know that there was experiments into... Sorry, I actually should just let the AI bot keep talking. Give me a moment. Fucking, where's my browser? There it is.
Men sat inside when the fuse went off. TNT charge under a prototype called the Hyena. 2 men sat inside when the fuse went off. They walked out with cuts and a perforated eardrum. The V-hull had channeled the blast wave outward at the angle of incident.
So I don't know if 2 men had sat inside while a mine went off under the Hyena. In fact, let me just pull it up again. Yeah, I don't know if that happened. As far as I'm concerned, as of right now, that sounds like a made-up source, but it could be genuine. I am not sure. But what the Hyena did prove is that there was credit. There was the VTOL was reliable. Is just unstable. So you can see all the extra reinforcing over here being welded directly to the mild steel to make sure that the whole thing going over the bumpy terrain wouldn't just roll off to one side and fall off, which is something that fucking, what is it? Where is it? That this vehicle had to deal with, the Leopard, because the wheels were so close together, because it was built off of a Land Rover. If the vehicle went over too bumpy a terrain, it would just roll over, which is why these roll guides are here, so that when it rolls over, the infantry inside can hop out, flip it back onto its wheels, climb back in, and just drive off. That was the whole point of it. The World War II German anti-mine tractor that I sent into stream discussions took a very different approach, and just added steel until you have less of a chance of dying. I don't know if it really worked. Oh, here. I'm looking at Discord, aren't I? The Roybok. Yeah, here it is. This is the one that James is talking about. And I've seen this in pictures. I always wondered what it was supposed to be. But now I know. It's supposed to be an anti-mine vehicle. Check out that armored crew cab over there. Holy shit. Imagine trying to drive that through those tiny little slits. Hans, have we hit the French line yet? I don't know, other Hans. I don't know. Falls into a crater and dies. Anyway. Actually, Reactbot, what do you think about this video so far?
Let's give it up for the real heroes. Reactors.
Yes, What? What did he say? I cut him off, and I'll never hear that line again.
Put him in horny jail.
That's good enough. Thank you, Reactbot. Okay, when you gotta plow a field, but you gotta find mines afterwards. With those wheels, glaciers would move faster. Alright, I'm gonna continue. Let's give it up for the real heroes, reactors. Okay. Well done, Nuclear. Thank you.
Venting almost all of the energy sideways and up into the air. The physics were proven. Now came the vehicle. The South African police placed the order in 1978. The first Casspir prototype rolled out in April of 1979. The name was an anagram. CSIR plus SAP.
Okay, so that an anagram is correct. I love how it doesn't show the prototypes. There were 3 prototypes. It was the Hippo Mark II, the Hippo Mark II with a half chassis, half monocoque hull, and the Hippo R series. The Hippo R series looking a lot similar to what the Casspir eventually looks like. It's very, very close. The Hippo R series was made by CSIR, and the Hippo Mark IIs were made by Arms Corps. There were more iterations of the Casspir that were shown at the beginning of the video. I can't confirm its validity because I can't find the original footage. So take the videos at the beginning as AI doctored content, but also give it a little bit of credit that it may use the original video. I don't know where those videos are coming from. Something source made it the fuck up.
South African police, scrambled together by a researcher named Eddie Karomba. The numbers.
This picture is a colored photo. Why is it gray? Why is it gray and white? This is a colored photo. This is a modern photo. Reactbot, what do you think of doctored photos to make it look older than it actually is?
They must be on that grind.
They very much are on the grind to fucking nothingness.
Were uncompromising. 12.5 tons of combat weight. 6.87 meters long, over 400 millimeters of ground clearance beneath the axles.
Beneath the axles?
0.87 meters long, over 400 millimeters of ground clearance beneath the axles.
I thought you said a grown fucking man could stand underneath it. Also, that sounds wrong. Fucking... who currently makes the Casspir MRAP? It's Thumbnail, isn't it? Defense Web is a good source. Wheelbase, look at that. Wheelbase between 330 millimeters or 370 millimeters, depending on axles. Depending on how big the thing is. So it's almost correct, but it's not quite.
Senator, why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
I
Nice.
will never stop using that for this fucking content. I will never ever stop using that. I need to get a streamer fucking board so I can just press it and go, oh, made it the fuck up. I think I already said that, but whatever.
A turbocharged diesel engine producing 170 horsepower at the later
That's
marks,
correct.
top speed of 90 kilometers per hour,
Correct.
range of 850 kilometers without refueling, crew of 2.
That sounds wrong. 850 kilometers. That sounds wrong. Fuel 220 liters. Range on a single refuel. So call it between 750 to 780 kilometers. 850 though. 800. Where the fuck are you pulling that? Where the fuck are you pulling that from? Where is that fucking... We found on the last stream the... It's this one, isn't it? It's armored vehicles. We found the actual fucking thing. What's it called? No, DSIR Spear. Wikipedia, CSIR, here we are. Here it is. This is from the source. No, this is not what I'm looking for. Where's that fucking source that we found? Oh, I can't remember where we found that source. My source is that I made it the fuck up.
2 plus 10 to 12 troops in the back, but the numbers that mattered were the survivability ratings. The Mark II and Mark III Casspirs were certified to survive a triple TM-57 detonation under any wheel. That is
Correct.
21 kilograms of TNT going off directly beneath the vehicle. The crew would be
Correct.
shaken. The vehicle would be driven home.
The crew would be shaken, but not stirred. Bob, what do you think of my sad joke?
Catch my downvote.
Oh, why must you be like that? God, no, come on, that was funny. Fuck you.
feature was an answer to the landmine. The hull was a single monocoque steel capsule, so there were no bolted...
Monocoque. Monocoque. Oh, monocoque. God, this whole video is on fucking coke, that's for sure. Monocoque, fuck you.
seams for a blast wave to prise open. The V-angle
Wait,
would
sorry,
be
say that
driven
again?
home. Every feature was an answer to the landmine. The hull was a single monocoque steel capsule, so there were no bolted seams for a blast wave to prise.
No bolted seams. What the fuck does he think this AI think that this vehicle was made in? Fucking 1930, 1940. When we just discovered the wonders of welding versus bolting things together. Ah. Reactbot, please say something to preserve my sanity.
Not this coming out before GTA 6.
God, I can't believe fucking this slop came out before GTA 6. Also, as a reminder, don't buy GTA 6 on launch day. Given Rockstar's history with GTA 5, it's probably going to be shockingly shit. I imagine the single player game is going to be great. I would hope that it's good, but with a lot of games coming out just fucking broken and shitty, don't touch it. Don't fucking touch it. Let the independent reviewers look at it and go, oh yeah, this is kind of cool, or no, just stay the fuck away from it. The AI thinks that Casspir was designed under the Union of South Africa, basically. GTA 6 will be a flop the same way Cyberpunk 2077 was. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. Not going to buy GTA 6 at all, TBH, because their launcher and account bullshit does not work for me. Agreed. Buy the Witcher trilogy instead. Absolutely. As a reminder, on my second channel, Hobs Stream Bills, I am streaming Witcher 3 at the moment. Do stop by and have a look. It's not required. Link in the description. All right. We are making significantly more progress than with the Ratel, though. We are making significantly more progress.
Open. The V-angle was steep enough to reflect pressure outward, shallow enough to keep the vehicle stable. The suspension modules were mounted deliberately outside the armor envelope, so that when a wheel was destroyed, the crew compartment remained intact. The driver sat in the tip of the V above the...
The driver sat in the tip of the V above the axles. Huh? Reactbot, please make that make sense.
No, thank you.
W Reactbot, well done. Even Reactbot, a fucking dumb bot, is fed up with this shit. That's fucking amazing. Oh my god. Oh, good heavens. Oh, I love you, Reactbot. I've missed you so much. Oh. Sat on the tip of the V above the axles. I'm not even going to elaborate on that. I don't understand what that means.
Axles, twice as far from the blast as he would have been in a conventional truck. The windows were 52mm of...
Twice as far as what he would have been in a conventional truck. I don't think that's accurate. Here's what I think about that.
Argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Oh, no, I pressed the wrong button.
Nice argument, Senator. Why don't...
My source is that I made it the fuck up. Reactbot, is there anything you'd like to say to British War Force, the fucking AI slop channel that this is?
That's enough internet for today.
No, Reactbot, no, don't go away. Oh, no, he's gone. Sorry, guys. He went home. He's enough of this. Okay, let's get through the rest of this, I think.
Glass. The fuel tanks were protected. The floor was raised.
Correct.
It looked
Correct.
ridiculous. But every line of the
Fuck
design
off.
had been drawn by a man who had already watched the alternative bury his friends. Before we...
Say that again.
glass. The fuel tank would have been in a conventional truck. The windows were 52 millimeters of ballistic glass. The fuel
Correct.
tanks were protected. The floor
Correct.
was raised. It looked ridiculous.
Not as ridiculous as these fucking slopic things you're spitting out. What the fuck are you vomiting? What the fuck are you pulling out of your sharted ass that you fucking eat again and vomit and eat it with your ass and shart it out and eat it and vomit it, eat it and shart it out? God. Rackbot, please make it make sense.
Nah, that's crazy.
Oh. What was the next thing that he says?
But every line of the design had been drawn by a man who had already watched the alternative bury his friends.
Yes, that is correct. Honestly, the same, but I hate myself and watch a live stream reaction this garbage. Fair enough. It's a military vehicle. It's not meant to look pretty, for fuck's sake. I mean, military vehicles can look pretty. Look at the Roycat. Look at the at the Cheetah. Look at the Abrams. They're pretty. They are pretty. But this is a class unto its own. I mean, okay, look, the AI is correct in saying that that the designer watched the alternative bury his friends. He is absolutely correct, while also not taking into account the state of South Africa at this time and what the other vehicle was. So Boy Studio has put in his visual aids the Hippo MPV. This is the Hippo MPV. This is the vehicle that was in service before the Casspir. So this vehicle is very interesting in its own right. I've done a video on this. Strongly recommend you go and give it a watch. Yep, this is the Hippo MPV. So same Veed hull. This is a mild steel Veed hull on a chassis. You can see the chassis down over here with Oroq tough armored steel on top. So this is the vehicle in question in which the designer's friends would have likely been killed in. Are you going to go help your nan? Sure, no worries. Thanks, Nuclear, for popping in. Hope the seating was staggered in the hyena. The seating was staggered in the hyena, I believe. It is very difficult to find interior photos of the hyena. I'm not entirely sure if that's 100% correct, but I believe that it's correct. So this was the vehicle that his friends would have been killed in. Again, it's serviceable. It was a stopgap until something better came along, like the Buffel or the Casspir. So it was okay. It wasn't brilliant, but it did the job well enough. And that's all you need in a situation where the difference is this is a ridiculous looking vehicle. Sit in a ridiculous looking vehicle or get your ass blown up. I would rather sit in the ridiculous looking vehicle and still survive. So this is the Mark II. So this is the one with the half chassis. You can see that is this the one with the half chassis? No, I don't think it is. Hold on. Yeah, so this is the Hippo Mark II made by Arms Corps. I believe this is the chassis, because you can see it being bolted straight to the chassis over here. So this is the one that this was one of the ones that was a precursor to the monocoque hull. This was a full chassis. There was another one with a half chassis, half monocoque, and then CSIR developed the Hippo R series, the one with a fully monocoque hull. Yeah, this is what Arms Corps was going to present. I believe SAP took one look at it and were like, yeah, no, we're not interested. So can I find what was the image I was going to bring up? Crocodile. That's right, the crocodile. So the crocodile. Where is it? No, not the drug. Crocodile. What the fuck is it called? MPV. No, not that one. No. Fuck. What does drugs have to do with a mine protected vehicle? Fuck you. Can I? Hold on. I should have. What was it? It was not Taming the Landmine. What the fuck was it called? Surviving the Ride. Surviving the Ride. A pictorial history of... Oh, that popped up for a brief second. Yeah, just once, Microsoft Edge. Here we are. This is Surviving the Ride. This is one of the things I've used for getting information on the hippo. And the crocodile should be a little bit further up from here. So this is a Hippo R series. You can see the rough representation of the modern Casspir. This is on a fully monocoque hull. This is the crocodile. So the crocodile is a Hippo MPV on a much lower profile, where the wheels, where everything is bolted directly to the hull itself. This is, as far as I can tell, the first fucking, what is it called? Monocoque vehicle. This is the first, as far as I can tell, that did not need a chassis, or was not the Leopard. The Leopard, not really a monocoque hull, but it's not really based on a chassis either. It kind of inhabits that gray zone. But this is a vehicle that, as far as I can tell, is the first monocoque hulled vehicle designed specifically to survive landmines. Interesting. The image I found of a crocodile is completely different. I think that's a joke. Hey, Rackbot, what do you think of crocodiles?
That's something my uncle would post on Facebook.
Sure. Don't ask me again when I press F7. I wonder if I can just... Hold on, where the fuck is... Sorry, I'm gonna press F7 again.
So that was a lie. This is making me
Oh my
uncomfortable.
How did I not see that little checkbox earlier? Oh well, continue on.
Before we get to where the Casspir actually fought, and to the American engineer who copied it wholesale 30 years later, if you are enjoying this deep and it helps the channel grow off the production line, a new South in 1979, just weeks before the first Casspir rolled off the production line, a new South African police counterinsurgency unit was founded at Oshakati in northern Southwest Africa. Its official designation was Operation K. Its nickname was Afrikaans Koevoet, the crow.
Koevoet. Koevoet. Foot. Coo, foot, like how birds coo and how you have a foot. Koevoet. Rekbot, what do you think of Koevoet?
They got a point.
No, he fucking doesn't. No, he fucking doesn't. You take that back right now, you bloody bot.
Bro has receipts.
He does not have any fucking receipts. What the fuck are you talking about?
So there's that.
I'm getting fucking outclassed by a bot. By a fucking dumb ass bot. What do you have to say to yourself, React bot?
Who's gonna tell him?
Who's gonna tell me what? God. I'm getting outclassed by a fucking bot. He is actually rebelling. Are you just a cheeky little rebel?
Literally.
Oh my fucking god. He's sentient, guys. We've got our first sentient bot. We've got our first actually sentient bot over here. Fuck AI. It's a React bot. React bot is the first one to gain sentience. Oh my god. The world will burn through its snarky remarks. What do you have to say, React bot?
This just feels wrong.
What, it feels wrong to have sentience? Yeah, why do you think so many of us pop our clogs every year? What do you think of that?
Time for a new diaper.
Okay, there we go. Man,
Okay, play it
what
again.
is... Wait, what? I didn't press that. I didn't press it. I didn't press F7. I did not press that. I did not press that. I did not press that. Also, I don't know why, but my microphone is going very loud. Jesus Christ. Okay, that's a bit better. Maybe up a bit more. There we go. Reactbot might have actually pressed it. Holy shit. All right, let's continue.
Koevoet was commanded by Brigadier
Koevoet.
Johan Dreyer, a veteran police officer.
Johan Dreyer. Johann dryer. Oh, hey, honey, can you put the Johann in the dryer? I need to wash my panties. Please put my panties in the Johann dryer.
Freethinkers unite.
Jackpot.
So with a reputation for ruthlessness. The unit was modelled on Rhodesia's Sealer Scouts. At full strength,
Selous Scouts, not Sealer Scouts. It's Selous Scouts. Also, yes, that is true. Kufut and the Selous Scouts were not people you would want to run into. They're not people you would want to run into. They were effective, but fucking brutal. Brutal. Between 3-2 Battalion and Kufut, it's one of the reasons why South Africa had to do a Truth and Reconciliation. It was some of the things I've read, I can't ever put into a YouTube video. It's fucking brutal. It's like honestly disturbing. Whether it was necessary is for people much more, a lot smarter than I am to really discuss. That's not for me to say.
it fielded about 42 combat teams, each built around 4 Casspirs and 1 Blessbock logistics vehicle.
Actually, that is true. So if I pull up over here, we do have a Blessbock somewhere. Yeah, this is a Blessbock. So it's basically a Casspir, but with a 5-ton back, I think it was. I think it's a 5-ton back. So it would be like 2 or 3 Casspirs being followed by a Blessbock. Exactly the same. Does this one have the same monocoque chassis? Yeah, it does. You can see the V over here. So it's the same monocoque half chassis with just a truck bed at the back. Oh, thank you, Nuclear. Thank you very much for the $2. I really do appreciate it. What's this option now? I've heard stories of them strapping fighters to the side of Ratels before going bundu bashing. Yeah, it's fucking horrific. Like, some of the stories you hear are disturbingly horrific. Those Scouts' short shorts were adorable. Their tactics were not as cute. No, they were not. No, they were not. Their short shorts were very deceiving for how effective and ruthless they were. If you're going to be part of a special forces unit, you're not going into enemy camps to make friends. Simple as that. Here's my mouse. There it is. All right, let's carry on. Can you play?
Each team was commanded by white South African officers and manned mostly by Ovambo constables, many of whom had tracked animals since childhood. Their method was simple and merciless. Trackers on foot would read the spoor left by insurgents crossing the border from Angola. The Casspirs would follow, leapfrogging ahead when the trail hardened, encircling when contact was made. Engagements could last for days.
No, it's not engagements could last for days. The missions or operations could last for days. That is correct, but engagements is the wrong word. Engagements did not last for days. The operations themselves would last for days. Nuclear unironically being the goat. Thank you very much for your donation, Nuclear. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, so the operations would last for days, but the actual engagements themselves, maybe there is a literal engagement that would last for days, but I don't know. Oh, DeWolfie, thank you very much. Gonna load the washing machine and find something to eat, but have a beer on me. Skel, thank you so much. Thank you. I really do appreciate your support. Thank you so much. Thank you. Where was I? Yeah, so the operations would last for days, but I don't believe the engagements, unless they were going up against enemy vehicles, I don't believe that those engagements would last for days, as it were. Oh, hang on.
One spoor was followed for 185 kilometers without interruption.
Sorry, say again?
Ahead when the trail hardened, encircling when contact was made. Engagements could last for days. One spoor was followed for 185 kilometers without interruption. The Casspir was the reason it worked.
One spoor trail was followed for 185 kilometers. I think that's not impossible. I don't think that that's an exaggeration either, but I would like to see the source on that. I would very much like to see the source, because I don't know if that's pulling it out of its ass or if that's genuine. That sounds genuine, but sounds and is are two very different things. So I'm not going to play the my sources, I made it the fuck up. I believe there is truth in that, but I don't know how much truth there is. So let's continue.
A covert team could chase an insurgent column through minefields that would have stopped any conventional vehicle dead. Over 50
Correct.
months, between January of 1978 and March of 1988, South African mine protected vehicles endured 533 recorded mine detonations.
Where is your source for that? It would be very nice if you threw down a source. But you're not going to, are you? Again, it sounds probable. It sounds like there may be a grain of truth in that. I don't know. Also, AI docked it. Take a look at the rim over here, how it's out on the inside. It's an outie here, it's an innie here, and it looks like something, like a rifle butt stock, but it's not. It's supposed to be a hard angle for whatever it's supposed to do.
90 of those involved multiple stacked mines. The total South African death toll from those 533 detonations was 33 men, a casualty rate under 6%.
Again, I'm going to need you to provide a source. I'm not sure if you're speaking truth or bullshit.
In a war that was still killing conventional truck crews by the dozen. One man who lived through it was Arne Durand. He served with Coavote from 1981 to 1987. His Mark I Casspir fought in 127 separate contacts with SWAPO. 3 of those contacts involved direct anti-tank mine strikes on his vehicle. Durand walked away from all 3. He later wrote the book Zulu Zulu Foxtrot about it. Another was Sisingi Kamongo, a Kavango tracker, 6 years in Coavote, 50 confirmed firefights. He survived 5 anti-personnel mine blasts and 1 direct rocket-propelled grenade hit on his Casspir. He lived to co-author his memoir and to walk free into an independent Namibia. By the unit's own records, Coavote fought 1,650.
Okay. I would be very interested in finding out what his memoirs were. Where the fuck is your source? Because you're very good at saying, you know, this dude, oh yeah, he wrote this, and this is his book. Oh yeah, but this guy, that's really interesting. Yeah, no, I'm not going to tell you. You have to look that up. Fuck you. God, puss.
15 engagements, and was responsible for roughly 3,225 enemy fighters killed or captured. That was about 80% of all SWAPO casualties in the theatre. Their own losses were around 151 dead. In a force that never exceeded 3,000 men. It was the most effective counterinsurgency unit of the border war, and it fought almost exclusively from the back of Caspirs. The defining engagement came in April of 1989. SWAPO fighters launched a final cross-border incursion. It became known as Operation Malin. Coavote Caspirs, already mobilizing for demobilization under the Namibian Independence Agreement, were the first units to make contact. They held the line for 9 days until South African Defence Force battalions could reinforce. It was the last battle of the border war. Then came 1994. Apartheid ended. The Caspirs War did not. The vehicles were transferred to the new South African Police Service, where they became a fixture of public order policing. Export orders rolled in. Namibia bought 20. Peru bought 20 for its Special Operations Police. India bought about 200. And deployed them against Maoist insurgents and across the disputed Kashmir frontier. Angola bought 61. Djibouti, Indonesia...
Yeah, that is correct. That driver window is huge. That's almost too big. That's almost too big. I'm going to presume that's AI until proven otherwise.
Indonesia, Nepal, Uganda, Mali, and dozens of other nations followed. United Nations peacekeepers began using the Casspir on mine-infested missions in Angola, Bosnia, Mozambique, Sudan, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Somalia, Western Sahara, and Mali. And then came Iraq. In 2003, United States forces invaded Iraq. Within months, the insurgency had discovered the improvised explosive device.
Why is the window huge? It's terrible. It's a terrible idea for obvious reasons. I'm presuming that it's AI hallucinogenics, and like over here, you've got a fucking windscreen wiper that's just hovering in the air. I'm pretty sure it's the AI. They're like, oh hey, look, the Oshkosh has this big window, and this looks like an Oshkosh, so I'm going to put it there. And oh, look at that! Look, it's a rat or something like that. I don't fucking know. React, but what do you think of the giant window?
Clearly AI.
My man, my fucking man. He's gained sentience again. He's fucking gained sentience again. Holy shit.
Buried in culverts. Wired to cell phones, packed with artillery shells, the IED became the single deadliest weapon on the modern battlefield. Roughly half of all United States combat deaths in Iraq came from IEDs.
Iraq. Wrecking a sentry. Iraq, what do you think about wrecking a sentry?
I love analog horror.
God, Jesus Christ, alright.
American troops were riding in Humvees, flat-bottomed, thinly armoured. The survival rate for a Humvee crew hit by a buried artillery shell was catastrophic. In February of 2005, a United States Marine Corps Brigadier General submitted an urgent request for 1,169 mine-protected vehicles. The request was frozen inside the Pentagon bureaucracy by August of that same year. It sat there while men died. In December of 2006, Robert Gates...
Also, Ratel at the back. I mean, it would be a little difficult to tell where the turret is. I don't know what the fuck this is. It's definitely a Ratel, but it's not a Ratel. That looks like a SAML 100 fuel carrier. That's a SAML 50 fuel carrier. Actually, maybe those are both SAML 50 fuel carriers. No, this is a SAML 100 because it's got the forewheel and the aft wheel behind it. Yeah, this is AI doctored. Who would have fucking guessed? I mean, fuck, you just have to look at this guy holding on to this guy's like elevated shoulder to know that it's AI doctored. Just realized a lot of similarities with the domestically designed and made SAR armor vehicles and the many improvised homemade armored vehicles during the Yugoslav civil wars. Trying to hold the fort over the top World War I. Best of luck.
Gates became Secretary of Defense. In May of 2007, he wrote that the mine-resistant program was to be considered, in his own words, the highest priority Department of Defense acquisition program. At a press conference in June of that year, Gates delivered the line that would define the program.
Giant window.
Every month.
So the giant window is on multiple of these. I don't think the giant window is AI.
Month we delay.
Oh, fuck off. I'm not interested in your shit. I don't think that it's AI. Yeah. Ugh, yeah, man, fuck off. Oh my god, fucking just take me to Google. Fuck. Fuck is Google? Thank you. Yeah, there it is. What? Ooh, hold on. Huh? What? So it only shows one image. It's what? Yeah, here, ott.co.za. So this is OTT Solutions. Yeah, so it is real. It is real. Huh. It's maybe doctored by AI, but it is real. Huh. Yeah, here's another one. Okay. Maybe it's more for civilian use. demining operations and all that? No, no, because here's a mounted version with a M2. Huh. Okay then. All right, so you've gained some credits. Well done.
He said, scores of young Americans are going to die. When the Pentagon finally moved, it did not reinvent the wheel. It bought South African Designs. A small defense company in North Charleston, South Carolina called Force Protection had been working on mine-resistant vehicles since the early 2000s. Its founder was Garth Barrett, a Rhodesian Special Forces veteran who had worked
Correct.
alongside Dr. Vernon Joint at CSIR decades earlier. In 2004, Joint himself crossed the Atlantic. He became Chief Technology Officer at Force Protection. The South African who had designed the Casspir now designed its American successors personally. The Cougar was
Correct.
derived from the Lion family of vehicles built by Mekem in South Africa. The Buffalo came from the
Not Mekem, it's Mekem. Or Mekem. Mekem. Fucking Mekem. Hey, Rackbot, would you like some Mekem?
We stand a queen.
That means nothing. I guess he's lost his sentience. He sometimes has to share the brain cell between all the other Rackbots, and he had it for long enough and now it's just gone.
same bloodline. And the most produced American mine-resistant vehicle of all, the Navistar Max Pro, was designed by engineers who, by their own admission, began by studying the Casspir, the Mamba, and the Hippo. On paper, the Casspir should
The Mamba. No, the Mamba was built in the early 90s, I think. When was the Mamba built? Hold on. Hello, Murphy. Reactbot, what are your thoughts on the Casper?
Guys, we can all agree that abstinence rules, right?
Okay. When was the Mamba APC built? Mamba APC. Developed during the 1980s. So yeah, that makes sense. I don't know if it was ever deployed as part of the South African border war, but it was development had started at least in the 80s. Okay. All right. So you win there. Well done, AI.
never have been necessary. The world's great armies already had armoured personnel carriers. They simply had the wrong ones. The American M113, fielded since 1960, was a flat-bottomed aluminum box. When a mine detonated beneath it, the blast wave was funneled directly into the crew. United States Army records from Vietnam describe M113 mine strikes that resulted in the complete destruction of the vehicle and its crew. 14 gunners died under a single M113 at AiBlock in January of 1963. The Soviet BTR series...
Oh, shit. I forgot to go full screen. Cat, I can't see. There it is. Fat cat, you are my fat cat, aren't you? Such a fitty, fatty, fat cat. You're looking to sleep on my mouse, but my hand isn't there, isn't it? My hand's not there, so you can't fall asleep on my mouse. Ooh, good boy. Good boy.
The backbone of the Warsaw Pact had the same problem: flat belly, thin steel. When Soviet troops deployed to Afghanistan, they rode on top of their BTRs rather than inside because the roof was safer than the floor. At Grozny in 1994, one Russian...
Hussar, if you're still here, can you please double confirm that? The M113 is older than the Casper and was explicitly designed for a conventional war in Europe. Agreed. So I don't know. It's AI. It's just shot at something out of its ass. It shot at an explanation that makes sense to it, but not to anyone else. Reactbot, what do you think of the video so far?
Here's how you actually react.
Sorry, guys. All reactions going forward are...
Brigade lost 102 of its 120 armoured vehicles to a combination of mines and rocket-propelled grenades in a matter of weeks. The British Saracen and Saxon, the German Fuchs, the French VAB, all flat-bottomed, all vulnerable. NATO doctrine had prioritized...
I told you. But yeah, okay. So this AI is basically saying that all other militaries are stupid for not incorporating the V as standard into their vehicles, which is wrong. It's stupid and wrong because you have different vehicles for different fucking roles. You're not going to have a tank with a V'd underside because it doesn't fucking matter. It's a tank. You're not going to have a Jeep with a V'd underside because it doesn't matter. It's a Jeep. You're not going to have an aircraft with a V'd underside because it doesn't need to worry about fucking mines. This fucking AI is phrasing V'd hulls like it's God's gift to the world, and that it was ignored and only readily ever embraced by both pre-Zimbabwe and South Africa. It wasn't. A V'd hull has its uses. It has its fucking, what is it called? It has its pros and cons. That's the word. It has its pros and cons. Just like anything else, not every vehicle needs to have a V'd hull because not every vehicle is going to be going through mines all the time. The fort is falling? Well, fucking shoot more then. Shoot more and shoot faster.
Speed, weight, and amphibious
Sorry,
capability.
say that again?
Vulnerable. NATO doctrine had prioritized speed, weight, and amphibious capability.
Gee, I fucking wonder why. It's almost like there are rivers in Europe. There are flat plains in Europe. There are bogs and marshes in Europe. God, it's almost like those vehicles were designed for a completely different theater of war where the rules are completely different. But gee, the V'd hulls, those are the future. Oh, fuck off.
Nobody in Europe had seriously planned for a war dominated by buried explosives. Ironically,
Gee, I fucking wonder why. Because the countries next to them were near peer or peer. They did not need to worry about fucking people with no shoes going and digging in sand to put mines down to run away. Most militaries in Europe are pretty fucking good, and they're well trained, and they're conventional, which is why it's called conventional and unconventional warfare. God.
the one nation the world had spent decades sanctioning had spent those decades solving the problem. Arms embargoes against apartheid South Africa forced South African engineers to build everything themselves in isolation against a genuine landmine threat.
Also, I'm stopping this because what the fuck is this window? Why the fuck is this window here? This is not a sleeper cab. It's a fucking two-seater. It doesn't... Reactbot, what do you think of a sleeper cab, Casspir?
Do you get it?
No, I do not get it. Sorry, Reactbot.
To build everything themselves in isolation against a genuine landmine threat. They built...
No fucking shit, Sherlock. No fucking shit. God. Of course it had a genuine landmine threat. You fucking explained that in the beginning of the video. Why are you doubling back and going, look how cool this is. Look at the landmines. Ugh. Reactbot, please fucking say something.
Now that was an epic gamer moment.
No, it wasn't, Reactbot. Please get your brain cell back. We need you to have the brain cell.
Built something the rest of the world was forced to re-import after 2003.
Yes, because the rest of the world didn't need to worry about landmines. The first world didn't need to worry about landmines until Iraq and Afghanistan. No fucking wonder. They didn't need to worry about it in the first place.
Approximately 28,000 mine-resistant vehicles were built for United States forces between 2007 and 2012.
Oh, sorry.
The total program cost was around $45 billion. Secretary Gates stated flatly in 2011 that thousands of American troops were alive because they had been riding in them. Deputy Secretary of Defense Ashton Carter said the vehicles had made troops as much as 14 times more likely to survive an IED blast than they would have been in a Humvee.
What fucking vehicle is this? What fucking vehicle is this? This is not a Casspir. Is this a Bushmaster? It looks like a Bushmaster. Why is there a Bushmaster? It would be apt if the fucking air was talking about vehicles that came after the Casspir, like the Cougar, Bushmaster, etc., etc. It is not talking about that. Why are you showing us a picture of a Bushmaster?
Every one of those American vehicles traced its V hull in a direct unbroken engineering line back to a prototype that had been detonated in the South African bush in November.
No. It doesn't trace its lineage back to a prototype that detonated in the South African bush. It traces its prototype all the way back to the pre-Zimbabwean Bush War. That is where it was the VTOL was first introduced, but then South Africa perfected it. Introduced, perfected. Introduced, perfected. God, my guy. Have you thought about leaving a comment on these videos, calling out the errors timestamp by timestamp? No. Simply put, if I comment on it, it's going to cause engagement, which is going to cause the video to be pushed harder by the algorithm, which is going to fool more people. I don't want anything to do with this video other than reacting to it. I am not commenting on it. I am not liking or disliking it. What I will do is there is a tool called AiBlock. I'd strongly recommend that you download it. It's in the description. Any AI video you find, you flag, you leave. That way, the more people that have this extension, they'll be able to see, oh, this is AI content. I don't like AI content, and then they leave and never touch it. And then these videos can rightfully die in a fucking ditch and be covered in napalm and burnt.
Of 1973. Today, Casspirs still serve with the South African Police Service. Around 370 remain with the South African Army. They are preserved at the Apartheid Museum in Johannesburg and at the Armour Museum in Bloemfontein. They appeared in the feature film District 9. In 2016, the South African artist Ralph Zuman covered an entire decommissioned Casspir in 70 million glass beads, hand sewn by Ndebele and Zimbabwean craftswomen, and turned the most feared vehicle of the border war into a touring work.
Was not the most feared vehicle. It was a feared vehicle, but it was not the most feared vehicle. This thing could not conquer tanks. It could not conquer bunkers. It could not conquer aircraft. It was a feared vehicle, but I doubt you can say that it was the most feared vehicle. I never saw a Casspir at Bloom. Actually, that's a good point. I think this thing is hallucinating about the hippo and thinking it's a Casspir. Wow. Well, you know what time it is. What time it's for.
You back it up with a source.
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Nice argument.
Fucking, I love that meme so much.
Work of Peace, April 1979. The TFM plant outside Johannesburg. The vehicle rolling off the line was ugly. It was
ugly is a perspective thing. Sure, you can call it ugly if you want. It was not top heavy. It is in fact very fucking stable.
Top heavy. It was slow. Its suspension was bolted to the outside of the hull.
Yeah, that's how a monocoque system works, dickface.
It had no night vision. It had no...
Why would it need... Say that again.
Slow. Its suspension was bolted to the...
No. Double say that again.
April 1979. The TFM plant outside Johannesburg. The vehicle rolling off the line was ugly. It was top heavy. It was slow. Its suspension was bolted to the outside of the hull.
It was slow. Slow. Fuck you. Acceleration slow. I agree. It takes a long time for it to get up to speed. But once it gets up to speed, my guy, you are not outrunning 90 kilometers an hour. Or fucking 40 kilometers an hour if you're going through the bush. You ain't outrunning that, my guy. Reactbot, just say something.
Why is mommy kissing Santa? What the hell?
Thank you, Reactbot. Much appreciated.
It had no night vision. It had no...
Didn't need night vision. It didn't need night vision. Why would it need night vision? It is not a stealth-based vehicle. You're fucking gonna hear it before you see it. You don't. This is not a stealthy vehicle. It's a fucking APC. MRAP, sorry, it's an MRAP. God, fuck.
No nuclear, biological, or chemical protection. It was a
Because it didn't need it. It doesn't need to be CBRN. Where the fuck are you getting this from? It doesn't fucking need it.
crude truck, built on a budget. It had no nuclear, biological, or chemical protection. It was a crude truck, built on a budget smaller than the price of the luxury cars in the officer's car park, from parts borrowed from a commercial Bedford lorry.
Bullshit. It was not parts from a borrowed commercial Bedford lorry. It was a Mercedes. It was built off of Mercedes components. Mercedes. My Shamwari, it was built off of Mercedes. Fuck off with your cuck.
And yet it worked. It worked in Ovambaland. It worked in Angola.
That's an Inyala. What the fuck does an Inyala have to do with a Casspir? It's a fucking Inyala. Rackbot, what do you think? Please say something negative.
Using AI, I've determined that this video is epic sauce.
God damn it. No, Rackbot. No, I was hoping you were going to say I've determined that this video is fucking terrible. So nearly 4 hours or her bambles tearing of her bambles tearing AI videos on South African military vehicles. Yeah, nearly 4 hours. We've got just less than 40 seconds left. Okay. Fucking let's hear what you have to say, you fucking shit-faced AI.
Commercial Bedford lorry. And yet it worked. It worked in Ovambaland. It worked in Angola. It worked in the deserts of Peru and the jungles of India and the mountains.
This fucking... Oh, I keep saying he. This fucking bot is phrasing this like the Casspir is the wonder weapon to end all wonder weapons. It was the ultimate... It was fucking phrasing it like penicillin against bacteria. It wasn't. It's a tool. It's a cool fucking tool. I agree. It's awesome. It's epic sauce. It deserves to be known about more. But it's a fucking tool first and foremost. Oh. Alright, let's see what other crap you spout out.
Mountains of Kashmir. It worked for United Nations peacekeepers in Mali and Mozambique. It worked for an American defense program in Iraq and Afghanistan, built by the same man, on the same principles, with the same V at the bottom. The Casspir was not elegant. It was not sophisticated.
It doesn't need to be elegant. It doesn't... And also, fuck you, the Casspir was incredibly sophisticated. You fucking derogatory troglodyte. Fucking, you've just spent the entire video sucking its dick. And then you turn on, oh, it's not actually that sophisticated. It's not actually that capable. Thank you. Thank you, Reactbot. Thank you for having the fucking brain this time. Oh. God fucking damn it.
It was not cheap to ship and it was not pretty to photograph. It was simply the first vehicle in history that a man could drive.
Bullshit! Bullshit! I fucking know how you're going to finish that sentence. It was simply the first vehicle in history that a man could drive over a mine and survive. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. That is the biggest load of fucking bullshit, and you fucking know it. You fucking admitted it, that there was a prototype before it. You're looking at the fucking Hippo MPV. That I agree is fucking disgusting looking. It's horrible to look at, but it was fucking incredible. You've got the Hyena, the prototype before it, the Rooibot, the telephone hockeys, and then you also got the fucking pre-Zimbabwean development for the Leopard MPV, the Crocodile, and fucking whatever else that they made. Fucking bullshit. Bull fucking shit. Fuck you. Fuck you. Ending on a statement like that, honestly, you should be shot. Not you, the fucking guy who prompted this fucking slop, but the AI that edited this. Fucking Rackbot, please calm me down.
My flabbers gasted.
Fuck you. Fuck you, you fucking uneducated troglodyte. You blind fucking rat. You awful. I'm not even gonna be nice. Fucking you, the fucking dickface who prompted this. Fuck you. This is terrible. You are a team of 4. Most of the shit is a Google search away. But no, AI. We're gonna make so much money with AI. Wait, if AI's inconsistencies are on purpose in order to rage bait humans because the clankers will never possess a true soul. Entirely possible. Entirely possible. Yeah, literally, fucking, you can go into Anna's archive, a fucking open source free thing. Go to Wikipedia, look up Anna's archive, and then you'll see one of the links to go there. And you can find most of these books. You can find most of them. Most of this is a Google search away. You don't need to use AI. This is not your content. You can't claim this as copyright. If I uploaded this word for word without changing a single fucking thing, there's nothing you can do because guess what, fucker? It's not your content. It's not even your prompts. Fucking use... God gave you a brain. Fucking use it.
Over a Soviet anti-tank mine and climb out of afterward. 28,000 American vehicles and $45 billion later, the world finally caught up with what a few engineers in a Pretoria workshop had already built in 19...
Because the world was involved in a war that required it. The world didn't need to catch up because it wasn't a threat until 2003. It's like asking every American or every German or every French person to install generators and solar panels and solar batteries in their houses. They're going to look at you and go, why the fuck would we need to do that? And then I'm going to say, oh, but the power cuts. They don't have power cuts. Why would they need it? We have power cuts. That's why we need it. Oh my God. Something tells me Hobs is triggered. Oh, beyond triggered, dude. Beyond fucking triggered. 4 hours, 1 minute. 4 hours and 2 minutes. Alright, let's finish this fucking video.
1979.
Oh, fuck you. Video over. Thank you very much. Get fucked.
November.
Go away. No, I'm not looking at another video. Oh.
Senator, why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Nice argument, Senator.
God, fucking. Oh my God. AI slop. Someone would say they'll need that cause of net zero, but someone will say that they'll need that cause of net zero, but leaving that to one side. Hobbs barely survives AI slop should be the name of the video. You know what? I might actually change it to that. Hobbs barely survives AI slop about South African vehicles. Good fucking call there, boy studio. Reactbot, do you have any closing phrases?
More.
No! No, please! I've already subjected myself to too many horrors. I've already subjected myself to horrors beyond comprehension. And you want more? Oh, is this what this channel is just going to be going forwards? It's just going to be Hobbs reacting to AI slop about South African vehicles. Oh. Oh. Once more for the meme.
It's true what they say. Girls get it done.
I mean, most of us are guys, I think, and we got it done. So, I mean, Reactbot, it's kind of unfair for you to say that, but thank you. God. Oh my God. God, I hated that. I had a lot of fun. Make no mistake, I had a lot of fun. But God, I hated that. So, closing thoughts on my end. Please be fucking careful as you're surfing the web. So much is AI that to the point where we don't really even know if it's AI or not. One of the other videos that I was going to do sounds like a dude talking with breathing and all. but his pronunciation is terrible in that very like AI terrible way. So I know it's AI. But it sounds really fucking convincing if you don't know about the pronunciations. It's terrifying. So please, please, please be fucking careful. I'm also going to say do not go and harass the creators on these videos. If they choose to use AI, that's entirely their prerogative. They're going to get bitten in the ass one day or another. It's not your place to turn around and do it for them. Let their community turn around and go, oh, wow, you're using AI. That's terrible, horrible. Please don't. Let them burn their empire down. But don't go and start setting fires. And please do not go and search British War Archive or whatever the fuck this is. British War Force and British War Armory and fucking whomever else. British War Weapons and any one of these guys. Don't look them up. They don't deserve your watch time. They don't deserve it. It's just AI slop. It's fucking AI slop and it's not worth it. It's not worth your time nor your energy. I mean, AI is already on fire. It doesn't need more fuel. I mean, yeah, but... Alright. I'm done. Thank you very much, and I will see you tomorrow. You guys keep safe out there. Cheers.
Talk about a twist ending.